what happened. Is this crazy? We stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in the history. Make America great again. How can you be against it?
Welcome to Sidebar from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I am in the Washington Post newsroom with my colleagues Rhonda Colvin, James Hohmann, and J.M. Rieger. This is the team that broadcasts twice a week here at the Washington Post on podcasts as well as on YouTube, talking about the big political moments that are happening in this country. And tonight, the big political moment is Donald Trump's joint address to Congress. And this is like a State of the Union, but because he was just inaugurated in January, it's this joint address, joint because it's both houses of Congress, Rhonda. It's really an address for the nation too, though. You were usually there. You're a senior political correspondent, and you are usually in the Capitol Statuary Hall talking to all of the lawmakers. And how many years have you been there?
I have lost count. I really have. I was thinking about that earlier today, but this is new for me. Yeah, I'm usually right there outside of the chamber where lawmakers walk to the House floor for this speech. We see the vice president walk by as well, right there in sort of the prime real estate for reporters who cover the Hill. But I was there earlier today, so I did get my Capitol Hill steps in. Yeah, and you know, it was interesting today because usually when I've gone over in the afternoon of a State of the Union, you can tell there's like some energy, a little bit of levity there. It was eerily quiet. And this was a working day for Congress, right? Both chambers were in session, but it almost felt like no one was quite there yet, or there was a lot of anticipation. Also, a lot of anxiety right now with all of the news happening.
I mean, I just cannot remember going into an address like this with more news building and piling up, one story on top of the other. I mean, even when Donald Trump gave his last State of the Union speech back in 2020, this was in the middle of the impeachment and so much was happening politically. But right now, James, it's like tariffs, Ukraine, federal workers being fired. Can you recall a moment quite like this?
We've had State of the Union / joint addresses where there was some big national tragedy. The famous Reagan Challenger speech was the night that Reagan was supposed to give the State of the Union, but they postponed it because of that. So you've had big stories like impeachment, but nothing that's a cascade like this. And a lot of it, frankly, all of it is created chaos by Donald Trump. So, you know, you have everything you mentioned is something he's doing. He's the one who's unleashed Doge. He has cut off Ukraine. He has imposed these tariffs. And then he goes out there he started this fire with the tariffs. And you have Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, on TV a little bit ago saying, well, maybe we'll solve this tomorrow and we'll come to the middle. And so, you have the starting the fire and then trying to put the fire out. And Trump is a showman. He was a reality TV star, but also like he loves the high drama. Normally by this time, White Houses, Republican and Democratic, have put out excerpts, and Trump hasn't done that. And I think part of it is he likes the show. He likes creating this suspense of like, what's he going to say? What's he going to announce? And he likes the eyeballs.
And I do think that that's really sort of the anticipation building up to this speech specifically tonight is not only what drama is going to be potentially created either by what Trump says or what the interaction is, especially with Democrats. It's the first time since the election, I believe, that they're going to be in a room together and what that interaction looks like. And then on top of that, Trump has really prided himself in these first few weeks here, less than 2 months in office, on reshaping the federal government and on challenging the other branches of government. We're going to have all 3 branches of government in the chamber tonight also.
Because the Supreme Court justices are part of the audience,
Yes.
right? They usually, keep sort of a
Poker face.
Yeah, I was going to say a stoic, sort of thoughtful, somber face, but yeah, poker face. But they'll be here too. That's a great point, JM.
Yeah, so I just think that's really, I mean, it is like a precarious moment in many ways for the country because we are in such uncharted waters in what Trump has done so far. But also, really, I think the takeaways from this speech tonight are going to be what are those dramatic moments and what are those interactions potentially with Democrats.
Yeah, it's a good point because I think Trump has behaved a lot since January January 20th as if he is the government. He shared on social media a meme of himself as King Trump, and he signs all these executive orders. And you're right that this tableau that we're going to see is a reminder that there are three equal branches of government, and they have something to say if they want to say it.
And as Trump, there's been dozens of court cases at this point challenging some of the executive orders and whatnot, and definitely possible Trump makes reference to some of these tonight in the speech. But there is this critique of the administration right now that while they are maybe technically adhering to some of these court rulings, some experts have said they are kind of sidestepping the spirit of the ruling. So, even to the degree that Trump talks about those things, talks to the justices, talks to other, he's going to have his cabinet there, most of his cabinet, right? All these dynamics, I think, are going to be, always are really interesting and fascinating to kind of watch play out.
So let's just talk about the TikTok of what's going to happen. Rhonda, it's a little after 8 Eastern time. Speeches at 9, basically. But we get to see a lot of interesting images leading up to that. So just talk us through the night and what we'll be here for.
Yeah, well, we will shortly see some scenes from the White House as the president and the First Lady leave the White House and travel to Capitol Hill. We will also later on see the chamber open up, where you will see House Speaker Mike Johnson gavel into order. You will also see a processional of the cabinet members that we're talking about, the justices, those in the administration. You'll also be able to get a sense of which members of Congress are coming to this. We have heard that there are a fair amount of House Democrats who have said that they are not coming. Also important to note, senators, Democratic senators say they aren't coming, which is a little bit of a shift from norms, because senators usually, they come to these whether they agree with you or not. And there have been a few who have said they are not doing this. In fact, my email over the last day or so has had press releases from Democrats explaining why they won't be there, what their counter programming.
And they are doing counter programming.
Right.
What are
you
some
have
examples?
AOC, who's going to be doing a live chat while it's going on. She's also going to be on social media, giving a live stream after the speech. Bernie Sanders will also be doing a live stream platform after the speech.
I mean, they're very progressive, but even Senator Chris Murphy,
right? Chris Murphy,
Connecticut's not planning to attend.
Patty Murray,
Patty Murray,
that was the most surprising
deal.
one, because she's like number 3 in Democratic leadership.
Number 3 in Democratic leader. She is the 3rd most senior senator right now, Republican or Democrat. She is the senior Democrat. She's on Senate Appropriations, which is pretty key right now as the Congress battles over the budget. Her presence there really speaks volume, because she has been in Congress for so long. And you're also seeing people like Jerry Connolly, who in his statement said, I have been to every State of the Union since I have been a member of Congress, and I cannot come to this.
So he's a guy whose district has been hit particularly hard by the DOJ cuts. He's in Virginia, right outside D.C.
But he is also the top Democrat on the Oversight Committee, which is one of the more powerful committees on the Hill. So you have really notable absences tonight as well. So I think that's something to keep an eye out on. I've also heard murmurs that Democrats may stage a walkout, or a few of them. I do know that Hakeem Jeffries has said there is no organized effort to do anything. If they decide that they don't want to go on their own personal reasons, they're welcome to that. But as a caucus, they are planning to be there and show that Democrats want to hear this out and then make a response.
And in fact, he and other leaders have said, don't do what Republicans have done in recent years. I'm thinking about you, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and do screaming, yelling, throwing a fit in the middle of the speech. Democratic leadership has said, be civil, don't make us look bad. I mean, there's a lot of strategy going into this year. It's so fascinating. We're already talking about how Democrats are going to react. But there's so much strategy that has to be thought about and gone into what it's like to be the opposition party, especially when you have that tableau of the president, the Speaker of the House, and the vice president, all of those 3 men representing the Republican Party right there up, what we're really watching all night. Democrats have to think about how to react. Okay, Rhonda, what are we looking at right now?
You are looking at Statuary Hall. This is usually my perch for the evening. This is where a lot of the reporters who are doing live programming, live shows
I see some of our friends.
We do see some of our friends, some of the colleagues I see often on the Hill. But this is also where senators will do their processional from the Senate chamber over to the House chamber. And I was there when they were laying out the carpet and the stanchions that, keep order and let people through the aisle. Right now it's a lot of waiting, which is what you usually do when you cover the Hill, is just wait. for hours.
Or
And
comfortable
Yeah, I was
shoes.
gonna say
wear comfortable
clutch,
shoes because this
clutch.
is the longest night usually for a Capitol Hill reporter. You have to get there very early before they do security sweeps. You have to set up your equipment very early. This is a night that usually takes a lot of time to plan and a lot of rest afterward. I'm not sure if any of us will get rest tomorrow, but it is a very long evening. But that is what you were seeing is where networks will be broadcasting from tonight.
It's really interesting because, normally, historically, nothing about Trump is normal, right? But historically, presidents after their State of the Union address go out and fly around the country. Joe Biden did it last year. He went to Wisconsin the next day, Pennsylvania, and they take some kind of signature initiative and go tout it, and we're going to go out into the country. Interestingly, Donald Trump is going back to Capitol Hill tomorrow, and he's going to meet with House Republicans. And it's a reminder of this big budget fight that's coming up, what a narrow majority he has, and the fact that he needs these people who often vote no on everything to vote yes, to be able to avoid a government shutdown, get his agenda through without having to make big compromises to Democrats. And I have been struck watching Trump compared to the first term, how different he approaches Capitol Hill. He's I feel like in the first term, he was constantly attacking members by name on Twitter at the time. And now he sort of does things more behind the scenes. He's a little more delicate. That doesn't, sometimes he, is Trump.
It's Newt Gingrich, I'm just going to mention. And
former speaker,
Yep.
no official role. His wife, Callista, is Trump's nominee to be a U.S. ambassador to Switzerland. She hasn't had her hearing yet. But it just seems like there is even as we see the sledgehammer chainsaw approach, like Doge, he's being a little savvier about working the Hill than last time.
It's a very good point because there was a very combative relationship because Democrats were in power during his first term. You had Nancy Pelosi leading them. Of course, you had 2 impeachments, and it was incredibly combative. I remember hearings where they would not send White House officials to testify to Congress, which again was a huge break from norms. But you're right, he is over there. He has been over there even when he was a candidate more often than we saw in his first term. I do believe, though, his visit there tomorrow, as well as some of the other maneuvers he's making on the Hill, is pointing to the fact that the math is real for the Republicans. They only have a 3-seat lead in the House right now. So when it comes to the government funding bill, the government is only funded until March 14th. So even if you want to, throw darts.
The Friday after next.
Exactly. Wow. If you want to throw darts, you want to bring politics in this, that only can go so far because they're going to have to figure out something, and they're going to need some Democratic support or at least Republicans who will not defect.
Well, that's the thing. I think the dynamic here is what's the drama with Democrats, but also this speech, Trump does need to keep Republicans together on this coming up, both in this shutdown fight because they control both chambers, and also these initiatives that Trump wants to get through on immigration, on tax cut and whatnot, because the Senate and the House right now are not on the same page. You well know this, Rhonda being up there all the time, but I feel like he goes into this and he's trying to keep the Republican Party united with a really historically narrow margin in the House.
Mm-hmm. So we're watching to see who comes through, how this all goes, how the night unfolds. The speech starts around 9, and we'll, of course, be broadcasting that. If you are watching and want to ask us a question, see if you can stump James, which I don't think I've ever actually been able to do in all the years we've been working together, James. Throw it in the chat. Feel free to chime in the chat, ask us a question, give us a comment. Maybe we'll bring it up, talk it through as we watch the pixelated pictures unfold. There's the Capitol, the beautiful Capitol. Yeah, so I actually love seeing this shot of the Capitol building because, Congress is in session when it's lit up there, right? When it's lit up at the top. And the Senate's on one side, the side facing us, Rhonda?
Yep,
and then the House is on the other side. And so all those senators, they're hanging out with maybe doing some things with colleagues, maybe having some dinner, maybe getting some work done.
Having some drinks. A lot of them have a lot of drinks.
And then they walk through the Capitol on that second floor, under that big, beautiful dome, through Statuary Hall, where we're usually gathered watching everything, and get into the House chamber. And that chamber is packed. I mean, it really is packed. I wonder if it'll feel as packed if so many Democrats skip. I don't know.
I would be surprised if so many of them skip to the point where it's
Even
incredibly
notice it, yeah,
noticeable. I do think that's part of the optics as well, is leadership. They don't want, their side to be empty. I think body language is going to be really incredibly important this time around when that camera does reversals and you're seeing, someone react to what Trump is saying, someone on the Democratic side of the aisle. So that is almost the way they might be able to fight back tonight, is when he says something. There have been eyes rolled before at State of the Unions, people who shake their head and show displeasure with something being said.
Even a
So
Supreme
that-
Court justice
Right,
once mouthed
right.
something,
Not
right?
true.
Yes.
So that is something really to watch, and that is a fascinating part of any State of the Union or joint session, as we've said.
It's a really good point. I mean, I wonder if there are a bunch of Democrats who don't show up, does that make the Republicans seem louder and more raucous?
Exactly.
Could, because
Yeah,
remember,
really
there was the
backfire.
sanding and there's the clapping.
Yeah.
And I will say, this type of joint session with this Republican caucus, you will see a lot of energy. I've already seen emails where they're already, saying that this speech is going to be on the right track, that it's the best speech. And usually both sides say that about, whoever's in the White House if they're on their side. But this is also something to rally them. And they will make it known that they're in there and that they have a majority, whether it's slim or not, that they have the majority. So I expect they will clap at every turn. But it will be interesting if he is presenting things that are overblown or making misstatements. What are House and Senate Republicans going to do?
I mean, it's going to be interesting. In the old days, I keep hearkening back to the old days. This would be a place where, in addition to your kind of playing to the base, you would throw out as much bipartisan stuff as you could, because you want to get the opposite party standing up and cheering for you. And Trump did some of that in the first term. Just yesterday, Melania Trump was on Capitol Hill, and she met with a bipartisan group organized by Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota and Ted Cruz from Texas about like a revenge porn bill that related to posting like AI videos of a sexual nature. It's a deep fakes, bipartisan bill. And Melania Trump said this shouldn't be political. I wonder if, that bill will get a plug from her husband tonight. And, I think in some ways the Republicans, not all the Republicans are on board. You could see, but will Trump do that? Or will this be a red meat speech where he's kind of going after the things that, or will he sidestep the controversial stuff like Doge?
So what do we know so far about President Trump's speech? Because usually we do have these excerpts, a little more information. We know about some of the guests, and we'll talk about the guests that are invited that really signal what might be in the speech, what the priorities are. But do we know much about what he's going to say yet?
The White House is calling this the renewal of the American dream speech. That's how they're phrasing it. They're saying it's going to have 4 parts. They're going to talk through his accomplishments thus far. I'm just going to refer to my notes to make sure we get this. His accomplishments so far, what he's done on the economy. He's going to call on Congress to pass more border security, which obviously is ironic since he played a central role in killing the bipartisan immigration bill last year. And then he's also going to talk about peace around the globe, which I'm sure is going to be an opening for him to talk both about the Russia-Ukraine war and also what's going on in the Middle East.
And that also ties into tariffs too, right? If we talk about what's happening globally.
The stock market took another big hit today, which Trump actually does care about. And basically all the gains that the markets have had since the election have now been erased.
Yeah,
People were sharing tweets from Trump in 2012 where he said if the Dow is down 1,000 points in 2 days, the president should be impeached.
Oh, no.
He's talking about Barack Obama.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I guess I wonder how he's going to address tariffs, right? And we did get this maybe tip of the hand today that they might pull back on this all by tomorrow, which is a real yo-yo, back and forth. But how will President Trump try to present the tariffs and some of the decisions he's made? This is his moment and opportunity to present them with some logic, some reason, the why, here's why to get behind it. And this is like the opportunity to do that.
It is the opportunity to do it. But, in this speech, he's able to say whatever he wants and, classify it in the ways he wants to classify it because he's not going to be interrupted. It's not like a press conference. But with the tariffs especially, that's going to be interesting to watch because we have heard his Commerce Secretary, even in the cabinet meeting last week, try to say, well, we might work out something really quickly and, maybe we won't go that far. Well, the U.S. did go that far York today, and we saw the response from Justin Trudeau, which if you all watched it, it was kind of startling because we've never seen Trudeau sort of be in this, gloves off kind of speech where he's saying, this is the U.S. government doing this to its own people. So
and this is the U.S. government trying to annex Canada. I mean, he
calling him Governor Trudeau.
I mean, right. So with, but he had to defend his country not just from the tariffs, but also from this possibility of being taken over, which is sort of stunning. It looks like Speaker Johnson coming through.
On Capitol Hill now, everyone calls him SMJ, Speaker Mike Johnson. It's a weird acronym, but that's what they say.
It's easier to say. It's easier to type.
I think what's interesting as well on the tariff thing is we've already seen consumer sentiment take a dip over Trump's kind of first month plus in office here. But on top of that, consumers that are polled in that consumer sentiment survey that the University of Michigan does, they are spontaneously bringing up tariffs. And we're seeing this show up in polling as well. This appears at this point in time, obviously everything's fluid, things can change. It appears to be a little bit of a stickier issue than in his first term when he implemented a bunch of tariffs. And he's also obviously trying to do this at a much broader and bigger scale than what he did in his first term.
Yeah, I mean, two thoughts on that, because the most interesting moment so far today, Rhonda noted it was a work day on Capitol Hill leading up to this. And at the Senate Republican press conference, John Thune, now the majority leader, was very uncomfortable when pressed by reporters about the tariffs. And he said, they're going to be temporary. It's going to be temporary. And the reporter said, there's no indication it's going to be temporary. And he's like, well, we're giving the president some latitude. And the reason is South Dakota is a huge net exporter. It's a big agricultural state. Also, exports a lot of crops to Canada. And so like his state could really get hurt. Not to mention when Canada and Mexico and China are looking for places to retaliate against, a lot of times you look to retaliate against the states that the leaders represent. So when there were tariffs in Trump's first term, other countries put in place big tariffs on bourbon because that was made in Kentucky.
Canada's talking about
Mitch
targeting red states right now. It is happening. It is happening.
Yeah.
And this is why it's going to be important too, when we're looking at body language, we're looking at these camera shots, look for people like Chuck Grassley, who of course is one of the senior Republicans over the Judiciary Committee. He represents Iowa. And when the threat of Canadian tariffs came out last month, he put out on X a post saying, maybe we need to pump the brakes on this because my Iowa farmers are relying on fertilizer that comes from Canada. So if Trump is talking about tariffs in a way that's glowing and, we're going after Canada, I really wonder what the face is of someone like Joni Ernst, also from Iowa, or Chuck Grassley, or any of the other senators specifically who know that this is going to create problems with their constituency.
Our colleague, Jorge Ribas, was on Capitol Hill today with a bunch of organic farmers who were here to say that these cuts that are being made at agencies like the USDA are really hurting their businesses, their small businesses. And they were going to congressional offices to tell their personal stories. They were from a lot of really states all over the country, the Midwest, Montana. It's that rubber meets the road reality of the theoretical cuts and the slash and burn versus what actually, who's actually being affected and how. To that point, we have some great questions and conversations happening in the chat right now. So thanks to those of you who are jumping in to talk. Inflation's coming up quite a bit in the chat, and people are discussing what the price of eggs are where they live, and also a little bit about the price of gas. And these are real concerns because President Trump came into office promising to deal with inflation on day one and lower prices, and eggs are $10 in a lot of parts of the country where they are usually less than half that price.
I was just looking up the stats. It is the average, it's different in every state and depends on, but it's about $5 is the national average. But I was, not to sound out of touch like an elitist, but I was at Whole Foods yesterday and a dozen eggs were $9.50, which is, it's a lot of money. I was thinking about how during the fall campaign, J.D. Vance, as part of his stump speech, loved to talk about eggs.
He did talk about the price of eggs all the time. You're right.
Kids love eggs, and my kids eat so many eggs, and my daughter is always worried that we have enough eggs. And
flashback, I forgot.
You know what? He doesn't mention eggs anymore.
And
he's not talking about the price of eggs.
President Trump as well. I remember him on the campaign trail. He did one press event where he had a lot of grocery goods out on a
that's right.
table,
Oh,
and he was
yeah, the
saying
grocery
bacon
press
and eggs are
conference.
going to be, so you can't even afford them under the Biden-Harris administration. And really, I mean, you said $9 at Whole Foods. That's out of reach for so many people.
It's crazy.
It is. And, it's not even a choice anymore for a lot of folks.
I was watching that press conference. Those groceries set out for like 2+ hours in the sun, and I'm like, I don't want to know what's going on
yeah.
here. But
I don't think anybody's going to eat those. In
I
the
will
end.
say they may have been empty packages. Who knows? But I will say that the egg, I think it's interesting because it's almost, they're related but they're separate, right? Eggs
and tariffs.
Eggs and gas prices,
eggs and
right?
gas prices, okay.
Because
Exactly.
the administration's trying to tackle the bird flu, which has really created a shortage, brought prices up. Gas prices are interesting though, because as we're talking about tariffs here, Trump wants to stick these tariffs, or did stick tariffs, I should say, on Canada and Mexico. Where does the U.S. get 70% of its crude oil from, which impacts gas prices? Canada and Mexico. Yep. And in fact, Trump talks all the time about our huge trade deficit with Canada. But if you take out the oil that we're importing from Canada, we actually have a surplus with our trade with Canada. So this is where, he's definitely going to talk about things and inflate things when he's talking about these trade deficits. And it's sort of like part of his worldview. He's been talking about trade deficits and countries ripping us off since like the late 80s. He would go on cable news then and talk about this. But I think that this is where, and then it brings me just back to the consumer survey data, because I do think that's a really tangible, vulnerable spot for this administration, as you were saying, when the rubber hits the road here, and how do people start feeling this, and what is the administration's response at that point when they really start to get the pressure?
Well, one thing that Jorge was like talking with these farmers about, that really wasn't part of the story he was telling, but was his question is like, all these prices are going to go up. The prices of the goods that you grow in Montana and these Midwestern states, they will have to go up because, we're talking on a micro level as well as a macro level that he was sort of realizing as he was reporting out this piece about like what the ramifications of that are. I have a great question from the chat from Chris, who asks, will Trump go off script tonight? And our colleague Peter from the control room throws in an addendum that, how can you tell when he's doing it? That one I think we can answer. The second half we can answer. The first one we can't. But so this is supposed to be such a scripted speech. I mean, traditionally, teams work on this for, gosh, how long, James?
Usually they start, usually in a traditional White House, you start in December, you sort of, before Christmas, you work on kind of decide core themes that you want to address. Obviously, Trump got inaugurated January 20th. Typically, the State of the Union is earlier. But typically, you would kind of like have a meeting, and then the speechwriters would work over Christmas and kind of put together a first draft, and then farm stuff out to the different cabinet departments. Where if you're talking about housing policy, you have HUD weigh in, and then the president practices it several times. They'll go into the theater at the White House and set up the teleprompters and have you deliver it. And, typically, with the exception of once in the 90s, the teleprompter completely broke, which is something we've all had to deal with when Bill Clinton was giving the State of the Union, and the prompter just stopped working. And so he had like a printout and it was like flipping through, but he actually joked about it. He said, the teleprompter's out, so I'm trying to find where I was in the speech. With Trump, though, I was talking to a presidential speechwriter, not for Trump, but for another Republican, who was marveling that, like, when Trump is on the prompter, in one little tell is that when there's any kind of number that's in the prompter, Trump will pause and like offer a comment on the number. So it'll be like 29%. I'll be like, wow, 29%. And he was like, it's without fail, Trump always does that when he's actually reading off prompter. And ever since he told me that, I've noticed it really is true. That is what happens.
That's a very interesting tell. That's something to watch out for. I also know you have to think of what a president, and specifically this president, feels moving into this speech. So this has been a few weeks of him doubling down on all the actions of his administration. He's feeling very confident. He has been saying he has approval rating numbers that aren't matching those that we've reported and polled at the Washington Post, as well as others. So he's going into this probably very confident. And when he's confident, he often will ad lib or go off the cuff a little bit more than usual. And in covering some of his State of the Union addresses from his first time in office, I do remember he had a few where he just stuck right to the teleprompter, and you could tell it, and his voice was very monotone, and he was just following through. And then there were other times where he did ad lib, felt more comfortable. So I'm thinking, given what we've seen from him in the last month, that may be a way to judge what he will do tonight. So it may be a mix, really, of how he was when he accepted the nomination over the summer at the RNC, where he stuck to the script, because we did get the script early, but you could tell within a few paragraphs he started just doing his own thing. And it ended up being a very, very long speech. So Trump, and I looked this up, he has an average of his State of the Union speeches, an average of an hour and 20 minutes. So if we get to that hour and 19 minutes and he's not wrapping it up, we know that's confident Trump. We know that's off the cuff Trump, and we'll see how long.
You get someone in his ear to say rap.
Yeah.
No one's ever done that to you, James. Never, never. So we're also looking at an image of the White House now. So we've gone from seeing inside of Statuary Hall to the exterior of the White House, and that is the motorcade that will take President Trump, First Lady Melania Trump, down Pennsylvania Avenue to Capitol Hill. Such a huge night of tradition. Obviously, J.D. Vance will be there, the Vice President, and the Second Lady, Usha Vance, and there they are. President Trump, Melania Trump.
So again, body language. He does look like he's ready to give this speech.
Clenched fists.
Right, clenched
That's
fist.
the fighter Trump.
Right, right.
He looks, I don't know, locked in. I mean, he looks kind of frustrated. He looks a little angry.
Well, it is late. It is late.
That might just be serious, James.
Yeah,
that's
very,
true.
very serious.
He likes
Trump.
looking like a tough guy. That's his official portrait this time is him sort of like very, it's almost like his mugshot, just straight ahead. Whereas the first one, in his first official photo, he smiled and he like complained to aides all the time. He wished he hadn't smiled because he looked weak. So you're right. That probably is what he's going for.
Speaking of sort of trying to portray this the combative, tough guy image, if Democrats do respond tonight with any sort of heckling or response, you can bet that Donald Trump will respond in kind. And that may be a perfect opening for him. I mean, that's one of the liabilities Democrats have too. If they respond or sort of act out, as Republicans have done in some past years, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, it may actually help President Trump out sort of in that moment, because he can be combative. J.D. Vance can be very combative. And in the end, they tend to sort of win that street fight. Whoever's on the podium wins the street fight. President Biden had one of the most powerful moments of last year, really, the most effective moments, where he was mixing it up with the Republicans who were hollering at him during his State of the Union on everything from saving, was it Medicare, to dealing with the border. And he was able to mix it up and have this dynamic, punchy repartee that Democrats were really hungry to see.
Yeah. The kids call it clapping back, I think. It's
They do, James. They do. They do.
It will be interesting to see. I think there's Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries who are thinking about the entire conference, and like Chuck Schumer's thinking about Democrats writ large. They're thinking about their frontline members, and then you have other individual Democrats who are thinking about how are they going to get booked on MSNBC tomorrow. How are they going to have a moment? And they're the ones, who will do what Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert did last year, yelling and screaming and hollering. And ultimately that does give fodder to Trump to sort of, it's a foil that is helpful for who's ever up there. It's interesting. The four of us rewatched in preparation for tonight's speech, the 2020 State of the Union, which was right before COVID. And I think one of the indelible, if not the indelible image from that speech is Nancy Pelosi ripping up the speech at the end. And what I confess I had forgotten was that Pelosi did that at the end of the speech because Trump snubbed her at the start of the speech. She reached out her hand to shake it. He didn't shake it. And so then Pelosi was responding to that, but that's not what people remember. People just remember Pelosi ripping up the speech. So you do have to be careful. You're doing some kind of symbolic thing that is a reaction to something else. Almost never is it a good idea to fight fire with fire.
Well, and it's our colleague Paul Kane had an interview with Pelosi going into tonight's speech, talking about because Democrats have been all over the place trying to figure out what their strategy is, right? Some have been trying, Chris Murphy's a good example, right? Trying to really just go after every single thing. Don't pull back on anything. You've had other Democrats say we've got to really pick our spots of how we respond. And I do think that's an interesting dynamic tonight. It's interesting because Pelosi, in that interview with our colleague Paul Kane, said that Democrats should be restrained tonight, said that Democrats should basically wait for him to talk third rail, which is Medicaid cuts. And what he says about that, be ready to react to that. And she analogized it to Democrats in 2005, when Bush won re-election. Republicans controlled both chambers, and Bush was working to, in his words, reform Social Security. Democrats successfully pushed back because it never happened, right? And also, even if you hearken back to 2017, Republicans controlled both chambers then, and Democrats, and they had bigger majorities in the House. The
issue that year, a very similar safety net was Obamacare and the ACA.
Correct, yes.
Republican, at this point in 2017, Trump very much wanted to get rid of, this was before the John McCain thumbs down, and they really thought that they would get rid of the ACA.
Yeah.
Now, President Trump has promised not to touch Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, but there's a name we have not mentioned tonight, which is shocking because we're 35 minutes into our broadcast, and I don't think any of us has said the name Elon Musk. And he will be here tonight. He will not have a place of great prominence because that's reserved for people who actually, or are like Supreme Court justices or Joint Chiefs chairmen and stuff like that. But Elon Musk will be here tonight, and he has been critical of Social Security and called it a Ponzi scheme. I mean, he is someone who thinks that some of these programs that are so stitched in the American fabric should be ripped apart. So that
the challenge if you're a Democrat is like Trump's not going to go up there and be like, you got me, I'm going to slash Medicaid, right? Trump's going to be like, I am protecting.
They're looking for fraud and abuse,
exactly.
and
we're getting rid of the scam, and so then it's up to Democrats, and maybe Elisa Slotkin, the Democratic senator who's responding, will have to explain like, no, they are coming after Medicaid, but it is hard if you're a Democrat because again, leadership doesn't want members being like, you're lying about Medicaid, you're cutting Medicaid. I mean, the other thing is that even you talk about Bush and Social Security and Pelosi, and I mean, ultimately Social Security overhaul failed in 2005 because of Republicans blocking Bush. And like Mike Johnson last week got this budget resolution through, and he had to make a lot of promises to a lot of people. And honestly, some of the promises he made were kind of contradictory. And those chickens are going to come home to roost. He has frontline members like Don Bacon from Omaha District Kamala Harris carried, who were saying, I will not vote for anything that's going to cut Medicaid. And then he has the hardliner Freedom Caucus who are like, we need to cut Medicaid. And then he has this whole other group that just wants to cut taxes as much as possible. And so he's made all these promises to all these people, and how do you can't possibly keep them all.
And they'll also talk about work requirements. Langford was on one of the Sunday shows this past weekend. James Langford, Republican senator from Oklahoma, saying we want work requirements for Medicaid, which polls a little higher because folks will say, oh, well, yeah, you should work, right? Even if you did what Republicans are saying, that's $100 billion, maybe $150 billion. But they need to get that number because the tax cuts, they're going to need to make up that money somewhere. So that's why they're talking Medicaid. They also can't do Medicare and Social Security through reconciliation, which is how they're going to get this through, if they get it through. But I think that to your point on the chickens are going to come home to roost, it's also the math doesn't math at a certain point, right? So they're going to have to figure that out here.
And also I will add that that's just the House. Let's look at the dynamics of the Senate. The budget deal is going to also have to pass another chamber. Yeah. And right now you have Senate Republicans. They've already passed their framework and said that we are going to do this in a two-bucket way, where first we're going to handle funding the government. They added more money for the border and defense. And then they said, we'll work on the other stuff that Trump wants in the big, beautiful bill later. Well, they're not too happy with that package that the House Republicans are trying to get through. So while Johnson is trying to maneuver his factions in the House Republican caucus with only a 3-seat majority, meanwhile, on the other side of the Capitol, you have Senate Republicans who are not happy with the House Republicans. So how this is all going to be figured out in about 7 to 10 days, no one truly knows. That's real. No one on the Hill yet knows how this is going to happen.
And this all brings us back both to tariff tariffs that we were discussing, because they think they're going to make a bunch of revenue from tariffs, but also Elon Musk, because the Trump administration is putting Elon Musk and Doge in and inflating the amount of the cuts that they've done so far, and they're using that to say.
I'm going to throw out some random things that I'm asking you guys if we're going to hear about them tonight or not. Do you think we're going to hear about crypto?
Yes.
Yes.
Because that's another way that Trump is trying to I don't even say this, establish a Fort Knox of crypto, but that would of course take money, taxpayer dollars, to fund and create. So crypto. Okay. What do you think about? Oh, and here we see the
Senate.
and there's the Vice President J.D. Vance, and
John Thune.
And John
Majority
Barraza.
Leader. I'm still getting used to saying
It is,
Majority
yeah.
Leader John Thune, and there's the rest of leadership there from Republicans. So the Senate's come over, and our team has told us that Elon Musk actually left the White House even before President Trump, so he's already made his way over to here. So the lawmakers who sit on the edge here have worked hard to get this close seat. They have to like stake it out, Rhonda.
So, yeah, I mean,
Very
See,
true.
Democrat
This is an
right
interesting
there. Yeah.
dynamic right
Captor.
here.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's really interesting. Rhonda can tell us why. She's
They're
from
both
Ohio.
from the same state, of course, but
yeah.
Captor.
Don't say people don't necessarily know that. Yeah.
That is true. They're both from Ohio. Captor is the longest serving woman in the House. I don't know what they were talking about. I need to work on my
The
lip.
Buckeyes.
There was a famous episode during I guess last year during the UAW auto strike where J.D. Vance actually went to the picket line, and Marcy Captor said, "This your first time at a picket line?" And
Yeah.
J.D. Vance awkwardly and sheepishly was like, yeah, it is."
Yeah.
She kind of scolded him. Yeah.
She also represents an area of Ohio that has a lot of Ukrainian refugees. She is a part of the Ukrainian Congressional Caucus, feels very passionately about funding the Ukrainians' effort of defense. So I'm wondering if maybe that is what she brought up to him.
And she represents a Trump district. She represents a district Trump carried.
She represents, if you look at the northern part of Ohio, she represents a huge swath of the areas near the lake, Cleveland, and stretching on to the west of the state. Has a huge district, and you're right, she usually is in a very tight re-election race every 2 years.
And as Vance is walking down the aisle, we haven't really talked about Ukraine either. Dick Durbin, who's the number 2 Democratic leader, you can see he's wearing a Ukraine pin there, the yellow and blue. It'll be interesting to see how many Democrats wear Ukraine colors. Usually foreign policy ends up coming up toward the end of the speech. Obviously, Ukraine has been top of mind in the news, but so it'll be interesting to see if Trump deals with it earlier. Go ahead.
Yeah, he will be dealing with it in a few minutes as he makes his way to the Hill, because there is a huge protest happening. There was when I was there. When I got there in the afternoon, it just had a handful of people, and when I left, the Capitol Police were out. They had a barricade. It grew to a large number of people with Ukrainian flags. They were yelling, "We support Ukraine," "Elon Musk must go," but it was primarily a pro-Ukrainian protest, and I imagine it is likely still there. It was very peaceful, but there were a lot of people, and as I was leaving, more people were coming. So I'm wondering, as his motorcade comes up to the Capitol, if he's going to be seeing that scene.
We just saw the Joint Chiefs, notably absent General C.Q. Brown, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, fired by Trump 2 weeks ago in a Friday night purge. Interestingly, Trump also appointed him to be the head of the Air Force when he was president the first time. And there's, when you see Chip Roy, he's one of the hardliners. That's the
it's the
ball
guy
guy,
that got
former
over,
Ted Cruz chief of staff. He's one of the people who is kind of always a thorn in the side of leadership. Interestingly, a lot of those former Congressional Freedom Caucus far-right people are now working in the Legislative Affairs Department for the Trump White House. So it's sort of the people who've always been a pain in leadership, and now they work for Trump, trying to get Republicans to vote for their agenda.
And for the folks at home, next week and the week after, when they're trying to figure out how to fund the government, well, next week really, Chip Roy is one of those folks you're going to want to watch. He's a Republican who has not usually stood for some of the revisions and drafts of budget deals. So we'll see which way he goes.
So the speech is going to kick off in about 20 minutes or so, and we're going to stick around throughout the speech. We'll talk through it, hopefully not over it, but try to decode some of what President Trump is saying, talk about the audience reactions, give some of our reporting and information about some of the stats and numbers that the president might throw out. And I want to circle back to that question that Chris had asked in the chat about when will we know, and will we know if President Trump goes off script? And there are some tells, like you said, the number thing. But at the Republican convention, when Rhonda and James and I were watching in person, there's just like a noticeable tone shift that you start to get. And sure enough, we looked over and the teleprompter was like wiggling and then just stops because the president, then candidate, had really gone off. And how many words off did
So there was just a hot mic moment, and Mike Johnson realized it and brought the
mic
down,
yeah.
and they were making small talk, but J.D. Vance said, I think this is actually going to be a pretty good speech. And then Mike Johnson said, well, it's going to be a lot easier than sitting through Biden. And then they kind of laughed, and then Johnson saw that the microphone was up and pulled it down for those watching. Sorry.
No, please. Definitely. Give us
But you can see there's the kind of the confidence. JD's wearing his red tie. He kind of has the body language. I've never seen Tom Cotton smile so much. He's normally a very non-smiling kind of person, and he's seems to be kind of happy. There's Tom Hohmann, the border czar. With I think a woman who's a guest who her husband was killed by a drunk driver who was an undocumented immigrant. Josh Hawley, but you see
Republicans are excited.
They're having a good time. They're feeling good. And to Rhonda's point, there's like the polls show that Donald Trump's at like 43% approval rating, but they feel good. They feel like things are kind of working in their favor.
I do want to point out part of this, and this is for every party, the optics they know that we're all watching. And so for J.D. Vance to have the jacket slung open and have this confident air, that's all part of what they're trying to show. And it does come on the heels of the Oval Office spat with President Zelensky on Friday, where Vice President Vance and President Trump were very happy to try to out-tough him and literally show him the door. And so we're coming on the heels of this moment where they are trying to make themselves look tough, both domestically and abroad.
It is worth noting that despite some of the blowback that the administration has gotten for some of its things so far, what they're doing is overwhelmingly popular for the most part with Republicans, with their base. And this is sort of the moment, obviously pending what happens in the midterms, but this is where political capital is at its highest. So if they're going to do some of the stuff that they want to do here legislatively, this is the moment to make that happen. And
I just want to point out, we see former Speaker Pelosi there, still a member of Congress, and Steny Hoyer, both wearing colors
Ukraine.
Representing Ukraine, and I almost called her Speaker Emeritus.
Speaker Emerita.
Pelosi. But she's a walker right now because she broke her hip, but she's got that beautiful scarf draped over it in the Ukrainian colors, and Congressman Hoyer the same with that tie, really trying to make a statement with that.
And I remember covering the State of the Union when the year the war broke out, and I remember members went to the steps and they were dressed in, blue and yellow,
right? Yellow, yep.
And they were showing their support. I actually went back to the first time Zelensky came. Well, he didn't come to Capitol. The first address he gave was virtual. And I remember talking to a lawmaker who was saying, when they heard Zelensky, there wasn't a dry eye in the room. And to see this shift where you have seen Republicans who had once called for a no-fly zone before, now saying, no funds, they're going to follow Trump. Trump and Vance did the right thing last Friday when so many other people found that very shocking. It really shows you the evolution of the support for Ukraine when it was bipartisan, no question, to what's happening now.
Really led by President Trump and J.D. Vance. I mean, the Republicans are following.
Trump has moved the public opinion among Republicans. He really has. Mike Johnson, who we see up there, he was willing to risk his speakership to get $60 billion for Ukraine last year. He had a special kind of staycation. He and his wife were in a suite at the Pendry Hotel on the waterfront. And it was the night before the vote, and Johnson told his wife, I don't think I'm going to survive, but it's worth it to save Ukraine. And now here he is saying Zelensky needs to resign if, or make it right after offending Trump during that contentious meeting. And in many ways, J.D. Vance was the instigator of that. So you kind of see the old guard and the new guard of the Republican Party standing there. I mean, both, I guess, J.D. Vance was actually born in the 80s. He's only 40. Mike Johnson was born in the mid-70s. I mean, it is quite a contrast to the previous generation.
Mm-hmm.
And even how Trump and his officials were talking about it, right? When Russia invaded, Trump called it a Holocaust, like 2 weeks in on Fox News. So the way that even Trump himself was talking about it, the way that his Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth was talking about it, right, the way that his National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, former member of Congress from Florida, was talking about it, all these folks have shifted here, some as recently as within the last few weeks, months, and here, some over the last year. But there has been, and this really is a moment, I think, again, we even heard the British Prime Minister sort of say this over the weekend, that we're at sort of a crossroads moment in history. And I think what Trump says only days after that Oval Office thing is really kind of the transition point here, right?
So we're getting some excerpts from the speech, so we're getting those sent to us here. And there will be conversation about some of the very important topics that we've been talking about, including Ukraine and international policy. But some of what we're hearing is really going to be similar to what we heard, I think, at President Trump's inauguration. Kind of a vibe from that. While everyone looks over at these excerpts, you can see there the family of President Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, the Kushners, as well as Tiffany Trump, and you see there Don Jr. You can also see Usha Vance there in the crowd. So much of what we're looking at tonight are reactions, are the cutaways, and we'll be telling you more tonight about the people who are here as guests. And it is so interesting to think about who Democrats have brought as guests and who Republicans have brought as guests. Rhonda, a lot of Democrats have brought as guests federal workers who have lost their jobs all over the country in all kinds of different locations. Also people who've been impacted by DOGE cuts because of services that they receive.
That's exactly right. And that is pretty much the theme. Democrats want to sort of show the faces of people they believe have been harmed by Trump's actions over the last few weeks. That includes federal workers who have been let go from their jobs. I'll also note that Chuck Schumer, who is the minority leader in the Senate, his guests will include family members of hostages who were killed by Hamas. So that's another theme. That's reoccurring from last year as well. There will also be veterans who have been let go from the VA. That's been a huge issue that Democrats have been trying to amplify as well. There are people who represent folks who rely on Medicaid for their insurance, their children's insurance. I know some of the guests will represent that as well. But the overall theme that I've been seeing from the announcements from Democrats is they want to put a face, especially on the DOGE cuts.
Session will come to order.
I mean, as I'm looking at these excerpts here, this is really.
The chair appoints as members of the committee on the part of the House.
This
to
feels
the
like a
President
real.
of the United
I mean,
States into the
it's a
chamber
continuation
the
of the inauguration.
The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise.
He's shifting.
The gentleman from
He's trying to
Minnesota,
shift the
Mr.
U.S.
Emmer.
and
The
kind
gentlewoman
of
from
the post-World War
Michigan,
II
Mrs. McClain.
infrastructure
The gentleman
that's
from
been in
North Carolina,
place
Mr.
on
Hudson.
economics,
The gentleman
foreign
from
policy,
Pennsylvania,
domestic
Mr.
policy,
Reschenthaler.
and how
The
they're
gentleman from Utah,
kind of reshaping
Mr.
the federal
Moore.
government. And even as you go
Gentleman from
through this,
Indiana, Mrs. Houchin.
some of the things he's talking about, I mean,
Gentleman from
even
Oklahoma, Mr.
when
Hearn.
he's going to
Gentleman from
say
New York,
now for the
Mr.
first time in
Jeffries.
modern American history,
Gentleman
more
from
Americans believe our
Massachusetts, Ms.
country's heading in the
Clark.
right direction than
Gentleman
the
from
wrong
California,
direction. That's
Mr.
not what
Aguilar.
recent polling shows,
Gentleman from
right? And that's
California, Mr. Liu.
one of the
Gentleman
that's
from
the second
Colorado,
excerpt
Mr.
that they've
Neguse.
released here.
So
Gentleman from Washington,
what's most striking to me
Mr.
reading the
Binet.
excerpts that the White House has
Gentleman
shared
from
is that he
Michigan,
attacks
Mrs.
Joe
Dingle.
Biden by name.
Yeah.
Which he also he took a
And
shot at
blames
Biden
him for eggs.
for egg prices.
But when do presidents do that? I mean, when you have secured the presidency, how uncommon is it for a sitting president to reference back not someone who's they're facing in an upcoming election, but someone who's not even on the political scene anymore?
Barack Obama tried in 2009, 2010, not in the State of the Union, but he would talk about George W. Bush, and he would say, Republicans put us in the ditch, and now we're out of the ditch and we're starting to drive, and they want the car keys back, and that he would riff like that, but he wouldn't say George W. Bush. And so he's going to attack Biden on eggs, on blame him for inflation, blame him for gas prices, and and he's going to make a very strong case for tariffs, but it's kind of in a tough guy way, not in a, you were talking earlier, Libby, about, this is his opportunity to explain how if, the best case for tariffs, which is we create tariffs and that incentivizes investment in domestic manufacturing. We can have this manufacturing renaissance. Instead, according to these excerpts, Trump's going to say, whatever they tariff us, we tariff them. Whatever they tax us, we tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs, we do non-monetary tariffs. We'll take in trillions of dollars and create jobs like we've never seen before. I think that's going to be one of the lead quotes in a lot of the news stories, just because the tariffs did go into effect today.
It's also notable that he's talking about Biden here on egg prices and what these are things that are at the moment. There are things that the administration can do, but we're talking about things that a president only has so much control over, both for Biden and for Trump on these things, on tackling these things. And we've heard the administration, officials in the administration in the last few weeks here, when asked about prices, when's that price relief going to come for consumers? When's inflation going to come down? When's the cost of eggs going to come down? And J.D. Vance and a few others have basically said, give it the equivalent of give it some time. We need a little more time. We're going to get prices down then, which obviously is a stark contrast to what they said in the campaign trail, which was day one, we're going to get prices down.
I want to point out that we had the sort of this weird luxury of like watching the 2020 speech. Just, we've been watching it, as you were saying, James, as we kind of think about how President Trump gives these State of the Union-esque speeches. We had the luxury of watching that in hindsight, knowing that the pandemic was just like weeks away from hitting the globe. And it just gives you shivers to think about that moment in time and what was coming. And as we talk about the price of eggs, bird flu is a real thing that scientists and epidemiologists in this country are very concerned about and very worried about. I'm not comparing it to coronavirus and the pandemic, but there is a real question of how will Donald Trump talk about, or will he talk about, protecting Americans, keeping them healthy. We're seeing the measles outbreak in Texas. Is this something that he can really rightfully address here, given the federal cuts that he's making?
Or does he just try to kind of hand wave,
and chalk it up to saving money and cutting the big grift of the feds in Washington, right?
And as he talks about, as Trump, I think Trump's also the only politician who in a speech would talk about his own polling numbers, The Washington Post poll that came out last week showed how the elections really have changed partisan attitudes about the economy. Last summer, 50% of Republicans said the economy was poor. Today, only 11% do. It's amazing how where you stand depends on where you sit.
Yeah. Well, and again, if the tariff stuff, I just, that is one of his major economic initiatives. It's tariffs and it's tax cuts, and then they want to do some deregulation and whatnot.
I just want to mention we're seeing the Supreme Court justices here. I was looking down at my notes, so I saw Justice Amy Coney Barrett, but who else was there, James?
Well, Anthony Kennedy's no longer a justice; he's retired, but he also came during Biden. He clearly loves it.
Was anybody else before Justice Barrett?
I saw Kavanaugh,
okay,
Roberts. I don't think I saw Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. Interesting if she decided to skip the speech. I think I did see Kagan.
You see a lot of pink. A lot of the members of the Democratic caucus wearing pink, Rhonda. What do we know about that?
It appears to be something out of the Women's Democratic Caucus who decided to wear pink to support women's rights. We've seen this a lot, at least in modern times, where parties have decided to coalesce around an issue, to amplify it either through clothing or through the guests that they are bringing. I remember the year after George Floyd died, with that State of the Union, there were guests who were associated with police reform. I know when the Ukraine war broke out, we talked about how members wore the colors of the Ukrainian flag. So there has been a time where women decided to wear white to remind people that the ERA had not been ratified. Also, they wore white to support women's suffrage. So there often are times where they decide, a few members decide that they are going to use this moment to amplify a cause.
So Chief Justice Roberts there. It does stand out. I mean, it's interesting in a sea of black and navy blue suits, the pink does stand out, just as the white had done, and as the blue and yellow had done for people supporting Ukraine. But this really is a moment for Democrats to sort of show in their wardrobe a defiance to President Trump and to sort of show like a unity, which obviously Democrats are in deep need of right now, not just cosmetically, but in all ways here as they figure out what their approach is to dealing with this presidency.
And I would say, too, about Democratic unity, I think it's more so than House Republicans. And that has been, absolutely, it has been the, reporter observations that I've had over the last few years, specifically when we saw former Speaker McCarthy be challenged and he could not keep the gavel. You see how many factions of Republicans who wanted concessions, how long it took for him to even be elected. Meanwhile, on the other side of the aisle, Democrats were just sitting still, waiting for them to finally have enough votes to elect a speaker. So Democrats know that is their strategy. I've talked to House Democrats that say that. I've talked to Democratic strategists that say that's the play. That is what they want to present to the American people, that while Republicans are in disarray, making deals to just get the government funded, Democrats are here in a unified stance. So that is one reason I do not think we're going to see a major, unless someone's moved, to stand up and walk out. I don't know if we'll see any sort of major movements by Democrats to, make a lot of waves. If they felt that way, they probably didn't come tonight.
Yeah. So we are seeing, of course, Supreme Court justices, leaders of the military, also President Trump's cabinet, and every year there is a designated survivor. James, what do we know about who stayed behind tonight?
This year's designated survivor is Doug Collins, who is the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, the former congressman from Georgia, a big Trump ally during the first term. Trump actually wanted Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, to appoint him as senator, and instead Kemp picked Kelly Loeffler, who's now is there tonight as the small business administrator. The designated survivor idea dates to the Cold War. This fear of a decapitation strike where you need someone to be in charge. The House and Senate also have their own designated survivors. We don't know who they are. They go to an undisclosed location in case the worst thing happens. I talked to a former Obama White House person about how they chose the designated survivor, and what he said was, you want someone whose department isn't really mentioned in the speech.
Exactly. Yeah, I knew you were going there. Yeah.
So, there was a year where Arnie Duncan under Obama was going to be the designated survivor, but then there was a big education section, so he couldn't be the designated survivor. So there's some politics that go into it. It's not just a TV show. Fun fact.
I wonder what they provide the designated survivor with. Like, do you get like a big bag of like Doritos and like, do you get to something to, munch on while you're watching the speech, something to give it a cozy sort of.
And it has to be someone, this should be obvious, but it has to be someone who is able to be president
in the
right
line of
then and
succession.
there. So I know that there was jokes that maybe it would be Elon Musk, and since he's a special government employee. But
it's not in the official line of succession,
exactly.
As far as they have told us so far.
Right. But it is an important, I'm glad you brought that fact up, because in traditional administrations, there has been some strategy behind who they're leaving behind, and also shows you the priority of, that person's department right now in the president's speech. And
fun fact, in Donald Trump's in his address to the joint session in 2017, the designated survivor that year was also the Secretary of Veterans Affairs, David Shulkin.
And here's the First Lady, Melania Trump, being escorted to her seat. As y'all were saying earlier, the First Lady was on Capitol Hill yesterday advocating for this bill to stop revenge porn and AI being used in manipulative ways. But these are the first two times we've seen her since the inauguration publicly, yesterday and tonight.
That's right. And some of her guests, I know we haven't talked about that yet, but she has a handful of guests. A few of them are going to, sort of amplify her Be Best First Lady's initiative about cyberbullying. I know one guest is a person who was an athlete and was hurt by a transgender opponent in a volleyball game. So that, again, is a part of, the president and Republicans as well, going after transgender rights and sports and female sports. So Usually the guests that the First Lady has in her gallery are going to represent either causes she cares about or causes the president is going to mention.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
As the cabinet comes out, you won't see the VA secretary.
It will be interesting to watch Marco Rubio's body language in that meeting on
Everybody's
Friday in
talking
the Oval
about it.
Office. So many memes, really, and he
You're
looks so
talking about
uncomfortable.
You're talking about President Trump, Vice President Vance, President Zelensky, and there's like this gallery of other people there, including the Ukrainian ambassador who looked utterly traumatized. But what was
Rubio
Senator
looked like he wanted
what
to
was
sink into
Secretary
the
Rubio
couch.
doing?
Like he
Yeah,
wanted to
yeah.
squeeze in between the shrubs.
I like thinking of Rhonda as our body language expert, as a keen observer of human nature, as a true reporter.
Yeah, it's a byproduct of being a reporter.
And so Rubio's coming home, right? This is his home turf. But he has had some other moments where people have like made memes or watched him closely, like when Elon Musk addressed the entire cabinet and was given like the floor, literally, to just talk to him.
Yeah.
And he was one person.
And there was applause about Doge, and
forced
it
applause,
looked like Rubio was the last to
Was it
clap.
like a single clap? It was like,
Right. And, it'll be interesting tonight to see his response to what Trump has to say about Ukraine. We do know that is going, according to the excerpts, will be a part of this speech. There's Pete Hegseth, who narrowly was confirmed by the Senate. The standout vote on the Republican side was Mitch McConnell, who voted against him. So they had to bring in J.D. Vance late on a Friday night.
Well, he was actually having dinner with Mike Johnson
Yeah.
at the Naval Observatory. He had to suit up.
All the Capitol intrigue, the palace intrigue.
Kristi Noem is not wearing her vest. She's been wearing this like flak vest. It seems like in every photo op opportunity she's had.
Yeah, I was looking at Fox News earlier, and she did some kind of pre-dawn immigration raid photo op thing this morning in Northern Virginia.
The cabinet stuff is
Her vest.
also
Yeah, so with the vest on.
interesting because everyone's gotten through so far. I think the wisdom going in was everyone, other than Matt Gaetz, was that everyone, some of these folks, Hegseth is a good one, right? RFK Jr.,
Another one right there. Yeah.
Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard, right? There was doubt about whether Republicans would stick together and get those through, and in fact they did.
I will say, if we need to do a who's been confirmed update, you do
Yes,
have all 22 of the cabinet level positions have gone through their hearings and passed out of committee. There are two that have not had votes yet on the Senate floor. That is the Labor Secretary. That is because Republicans have sort of been pushing back. Republicans, yes, that's correct.
She's pro-union.
She is pro-union, so she has not yet been voted on the floor of the Senate. Also, Elise Stefanik. That is important because, as we've been saying tonight, the House has such a slim majority. They kind of need to keep her where she is right now, especially through the budget deal. And Majority Leader Thune has said so much, as we understand that she is an outlier right now, and we need her vote in the House. So those are the two that are waiting for a Senate vote.
So as we listen for the speech tonight, we're going to listen for tone from the excerpts we've received and from the indications we have from the White House. President Trump will go full force. He is taking total ownership, and he wants to project like muscularity, strength, dominance, and that's going to be a big part of the energy he's going to try to transmit. We're watching for how the Democrats respond. I think we know how the Republicans are going to respond. I mean, Trump owns this room. He really does. So there's no shock there. Are there any places you'll be watching for daylight, guys, between what Trump says and how Republicans react? Because I don't know if this is the place you'd see that. They're doing a lot of phone calls. There's a lot of like concern over tariffs and over Ukraine and some
Yeah,
of the
you're not
Doge
going to have any
cuts,
kind of
but-
outward protests, but I
yeah.
do think the cutaway shots, which you'll be able to see, will be really interesting. When you're talking about tariffs, you cut to John Thune. When you're talking about Ukraine, and you cut to Roger Wicker, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, who's been a real champion for Ukraine funding. And sometimes there will be tepid applause. Obviously, Republicans are going to be on board, and Trump wants the number of applause interruptions to be as many as possible. But there will be some times where it's sort of polite applause, and other times where it's like rowdy cheers. And I'll be fascinated to see when he starts talking about tariffs and his kind of tough guy thing. Do Republicans rally around that, or is it kind of just like a polite?
Tariffs, Ukraine, also, some of Republican senators have not been fans of how they've gone about the USAID cuts. Maybe they've been fans of some of the cuts, maybe throwing it under state, but how this has been carried out, they've not been fans of. So even some of that stuff, if they cut to like a Lisa Murkowski or Susan Collins or something like that, what does their reaction look like?
Yeah, it'll be interesting if the speech is built to have, sort of the widespread, energetic applause at the top, then somewhere in the middle have the tariff discussion, because I think you're right. It's going to be a moment where, the music stops at the party, where people don't know what to do with what he just said. And we've seen that, it is kind of funny to characterize it that way, but we've seen that on the Hill, where we've seen that energy, like, yes, he's doing the right thing, but then when you ask a question about tariffs or you ask a question about Ukraine, it's always, well, the president was elected to shake things up, so he's doing things that maybe I wouldn't do, but, there isn't the energy behind it. So I really think the tariff thing is going to be something to watch. Also, Ukraine, I think he will get widespread applause on the border. Of course, his first bill that he signed as president this time around was the Laken-Riley Act that was passed in a bipartisan way. Actually, Alyssa Slotkin, who will be giving the Democratic response, she voted for it in the Senate. So he might, talk about that. You're going to see a lot of energy and enthusiasm behind that. But there will be moments where he might say some things where Republicans may not know what to do with it.
The other funny thing.
Can I just say, so you mentioned the border. That's not what Trump's been dedicating his energy to. I mean, there are certain things that he pledged to dedicate his energy to right away. Inflation, the border. Instead, they've been working on slashing the federal government. They've been working on tariffs, and now they're working on, I don't even have the word for it, just changing the world order and in completely changing the alliances by deciding that Vladimir Putin is more like an ally and the leader of Ukraine is a dictator. So that's been really much more.
And part of the reason, I will say, the part of the reason they're not talking about immigration as much is because Trump did say he was going to deport millions of undocumented immigrants. And for a while they were doing a daily counter, the way like during COVID, it was the death toll and it was how many people had been deported. And it was just a couple hundred. It was actually fewer than Biden was deporting toward the end of 2024. And they peaked at like 1,100 deportations a day. And it's really striking because Trump changed he went from talking about how many deportations they had to talking about how much border crossings were down. So that's the stat he's going to use tonight. And it's true, border crossings are way down. They were down before Trump took office, but they really are down 90+%. They're the lowest they've been in a long time. Trump's going to tout that as a big win, but he's not going to talk about how, actually, I've only deported like 50,000 people.
Yes.
I mean, again, that dehumanizes whatever, but that was going to be their big thing. We're going to deport 1 million people a year, and they're not going to get anywhere close to that.
Yeah, and this is, again, they are real. It's kind of a unity play here for Republicans. So yeah, these applause. But I do think, where do we see any sort of inkling of division? And to what I just want to go briefly back to what Rhonda was saying, because it does feel like when Republicans are asked about things like tariffs, for example, on the Hill, and they kind of just shuffle around the issue,
pretend to be talking on their cell phone.
This is
getting a really important call.
Yeah.
Is this not the new I didn't see the tweet? Right? That's what we dealt with in 2017, 2018, and now we're in a situation where they're like, we'll figure it out on tariffs, or we'll figure it out on Ukraine, right? And or figure it out on what Doge is doing, right? And that's also a little bit of the theory of the case from Senate Republicans, is that we get these folks confirmed. We were just talking about all the cabinet folks. We get them all confirmed, and then they would have more say over what their agency does, and Elon Musk maybe, whether that happens.
In that vein, we talk about the senator reactions, and obviously we talked about Marco Rubio having to keep his poker face. I'm sure he practiced over the weekend. But Doge is coming after some of these departments that these cabinet secretaries lead. So Scott Turner, who's the Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, the Post had a story last week that Doge wants to cut 90% of his staff. Is he on board with that? And it'll be, they want to cut 8% of the Pentagon's workforce. There was basically a fascinating thing Trump quietly did today, where they had originally ordered all probationary employees to be fired, and they kind of said now it's up agency by agency.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
The last time the president gave a State of the Union speech, there were so many made-for-TV moments. Like, remember when he gave Rush Limbaugh the Presidential Medal there in the middle of this speech? He's ultimately and fundamentally a TV producer and a TV personality. So we'll be watching tonight for how he and his team use this moment.
Tim Burchett from Tennessee. He was one of the people who voted to depose Kevin McCarthy. But he's been in everyone's face.
He seems to always get an aisle seat, I've noticed.
Yeah, I think I heard him on a hot mic asking RFK Jr. for a meeting.
Also, someone to watch on the budget stuff and the shutdown stuff.
Yeah.
Exactly right.
Steve Scalise is wearing a Mardi Gras themed tie. Oh, there's a protest. This is not normal. Do you know who that is, Rhonda?
I only saw half of her face. And they're cropping her out.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's wearing a MAGA hat.
Yeah.
Or I think it says he was right about everything.
Sign is on the right-hand side of the screen there.
Oh, did somebody throw something?
It's the woman that she's put it down now.
Oh, okay.
The pink on the right. So he's being walked in by leadership. Obviously, Barrazo and Thune from the Senate, but Steve Scalise and Tom Emmer from the House. Now, remember, neither of those guys could get the votes to be Speaker because Donald Trump wouldn't help him out. That's how Mike Johnson ended up with the job.
So that woman holding the sign, Democrat Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico, who's on the Doge Caucus Committee in the House.
Yep.
And her sign again said, "This is not."
It looks like, and Representative Underwood, I believe, I can't quite see with the camera framing, but she's sitting down. You see Al Green from Texas sitting down. Again, watch the faces of Democrats because that's probably protest in and of itself is the way they're responding. And typically, back in sort of the conventional time, State of the Union was even if it wasn't your president giving the speech or the person you voted for, you still had a spirit of bipartisanship. It really felt like a night where Capitol Hill let its hair down a little bit.
Yeah.
You just celebrated the fact that the president was doing something that's in the Constitution, which is to provide information to Congress annually. But this is a very tense time and a very tense moment. I don't think I saw any Democrats shake his hand or.
Yeah, interesting. Obviously, Trump put Kavanaugh there, Justice Kavanaugh on the court, high court. John Roberts has defended the court, sort of explicitly in some cases. Roberts is going to be a key vote on a lot of cases coming to the Supreme Court. So you heard Trump talk to him. It is interesting to see, you mentioned Al Green sitting, but you saw Adam Schiff and Ed Markey, Democratic senators, standing sort of out of respect. Looking serious. Schumer as well.
Al Green is the congressman who eternally files articles of impeachment against Donald Trump. So that's gives a perspective on his perspective. Think about Adam Schiff and the battles he's done with this president through the impeachment process, but also Donald Trump has gone after him so personally so many times.
Including in that Oval Office meeting with Zelensky, he started talking about Adam Schiff. It was kind of random, but it's clearly very visceral hatred.
On his mind.
Yeah.
Still.
We've got a chant of USA. It's Trump greeting the Joint Chiefs that he has really shuffled quite a lot.
This is really a huge victory moment for these Republicans. I mean, just to think that Donald Trump has won the presidency again. He's got Republicans flanking him on both sides there of the dais. And
is the same chamber where all of Congress had to evacuate on January 6th.
And now not only is that like a forgotten memory in so many Republicans' minds, but the men and women who were convicted of crimes that day have been pardoned and gotten out of jail thanks to Donald Trump.
And Trump has never been more in control of the Republican Party than he is coming into tonight.
So we're going to stick around. We're going to watch this with you. We're going to talk about what we see, what we know, what we learned tonight. After this, we will also stick around for the Democratic address, the Democratic response, rather, from Alyssa Slotkin, freshman senator from Michigan.
There's Lauren Boebert in red.
It's like in an evening gown.
Yeah, that did look like an evening gown. It's funny how many are on their phones taking pictures. You know, they're just, it's almost like a rally. You know?
We've had about
Cameras rolling, yeah.
a minute of
Later.
applause here at this
Concert.
point, right? It's
Yeah.
pretty remarkable.
Thank you.
These are conservative influencers, Ben Shapiro.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Speaker Johnson, Vice President Vance, the First Lady of the United States, members of the United States Congress, thank you very much. And to my fellow citizens, America is back. 6 weeks ago, I stood beneath the dome of this Capitol and proclaimed the dawn of the golden age of America. From that moment on, it has been nothing but swift and unrelenting action to usher in the greatest and most successful era in the history of our country. We have accomplished more in 43 days than most administrations accomplished in 4 years or 8 years, and we are just getting started.
President Trump really pointing to the Republican side of the room. It's like he doesn't even see the Democratic side.
There's Elon Musk. It's funny, he said something very similar in 2017, that he had done more in the first 40 days than he had done, than most administrations get done in 4 years.
I return to this chamber tonight to report that America's momentum is back, our spirit is back, our pride is back, our confidence is back, and the American dream is surging bigger and better than ever before. The American dream is unstoppable, and our country is on the verge of a comeback, the likes of which the world has never witnessed and perhaps will never witness again. There's never been anything like it. The presidential election of November 5th was a mandate like has not been seen in many decades. We won all 7 swing states, giving us an electoral college victory of 312 votes.
For context, Trump received less than 50% of the vote.
He likes to use this election victory to really set up the mandate that he says that
We
he
won
has.
the popular vote
He ended
by
up with
big
the same
numbers
states as
and won
2016.
counties in our
Same
country.
exact same states.
I think I'm hearing some no's, maybe from the Democrats.
Yeah, Mike Johnson's not happy. There's Congressman Al Green.
Any sense of what Al Green was saying there?
I guess he didn't get the memo from
counties in
Hakeem
our
Jeffries
country,
to chill.
2,700 to 525, on a map that reads almost completely red for Republican.
So Donald Trump's exaggerating his electoral victory.
I think he's talking about counties that he won.
Now, for the first time
Which
in
obviously
modern
isn't-
history, more Americans believe that our country is headed in the right direction than the wrong direction. In fact, it's an astonishing record, 27-point swing, the most ever.
Mike Johnson looks like he's ready to pipe in. He pulled the mic his way to say order in the chamber, which should be unheard of. It's the Borders, Tom Hohmann.
Likewise, small business optimism saw its single largest one-month gain ever recorded, a 41-point jump.
Members are directed to uphold and maintain decorum in the House and to cease any further disruptions. That's your warning. Members are engaging in willful and continuing breach of decorum, and the chair is prepared to direct the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order to the joint session.
So again, this is Congressman Al Green, he's a Democrat of Texas from the Houston area. He's long opposed Donald Trump.
First person to introduce an impeachment resolution, the first time also introduced an impeachment resolution against George W. Bush. But
And this time around.
And this time, Mike Johnson seemed obviously prepped with that. And you see J.D. Vance eager to, they want this
Mr. Green,
fight. They
take your
want
seat.
Al Green as a foil.
Take your seat, sir. Take your seat.
We've never quite seen,
Finding that members continue to engage
displeasure
in willful
last this
and
long.
concerted disruption of proper decorum, the chair now directs the Sergeant-at-Arms to restore order.
The Sergeant-at-Arms is going to escort.
And this is very rare for folks watching at home. The Sergeant-at-Arms is only called for moments of potential violence toward members, not usually called to escort someone off the floor. So this is probably historic. I don't think I've seen it in modern times at a State of the Union.
Especially right at the top.
Right.
You've had protesters in the gallery, yelling and being escorted out.
Right, but member to member.
Right. I mean, this really highlights, and you see the signs that say "Save Medicaid."
Members
This
are
highlights the
directed
polarization.
to
in the
uphold
chamber.
and maintain decorum in the House. Mr. President, you continue.
Thank you. Over the past 6 weeks, I have signed nearly 100 executive orders and taken more than 400 executive actions, a record to restore common sense, safety, optimism, and wealth all across our wonderful land. The people elected me to do the job, and I'm doing it.
Just like the inaugurations, it really emphasizes this idea that he has a big mandate.
And that is a talking point a lot of Republicans on the Hill have been saying, well, we had a mandate. And
In
it was,
fact,
what,
it has been
48%
stated
for
by
Harris,
many
49% for
that
Trump.
the
So a
first
very
month
tight election.
Of our presidency, it's our presidency, is the most successful in the history of our nation. By many. And what makes it even more impressive is that, do you know who number 2 is? George Washington. How about that? How about that? I don't know about that list, but we'll take it. Within hours of taking the oath of office, I declared a national emergency on our southern border, and I deployed the U.S. military and Border Patrol to repel the invasion of our country. And what a job they've done. As a result, illegal border crossings last month were by far the lowest ever recorded, ever.
This decline already started under President Biden.
Stepped up enforcement. And again, they're highlighting the crossing number, not the deportation number.
Which is what they had said they were really going to boost, and they haven't.
They heard my words and they chose not to come. Much easier that way. In comparison, under Joe Biden, the worst president in American history, there were hundreds of thousands of illegal crossings a month. And virtually all of them, including murderers, drug dealers, gang members, and people from mental institutions and insane asylums, were released into our country. Who would want to do that? This is my 5th such speech to Congress. And once again, I look at the Democrats in front of me, and I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy, or to make them stand or smile or applaud. Nothing I can do. I could find a cure to the most devastating disease, a disease that would wipe out entire nations, or announce the answers to the greatest economy in history, or the stoppage of crime to the lowest levels ever recorded. And these people sitting right here will not clap, will not stand, and certainly will not cheer for these astronomical achievements. They won't do it, no matter what. Five times I've been up here. It's very sad, and it just shouldn't be this way.
This is a Stephen Miller special. This has Stephen Miller's fingerprints all over it. That sounds like something the Deputy Chief of Staff, former speechwriter, former Senate staffer. It really sounds like it has all of Miller's fingerprints.
Sounds a little kind of like a political rally. So far.
Democrats sitting before me, for just this one night, why not join us in celebrating so many incredible wins for America? For the good of our nation, let's work together and let's truly make America great again.
The risk of using the Democrats so aggressively as a foil up top is that he's not kind of getting altitude. It doesn't look like he's a president for all
fighting
Americans.
To deliver the change America needs to bring a future that America deserves, and we're doing it. This is a time for big dreams and bold action. Upon taking office, I imposed an immediate freeze on all federal hiring, a freeze on all new federal regulations, and a freeze on all foreign aid. I terminated the ridiculous Green New Scam. I withdrew from the unfair Paris Climate Accord, which was costing us trillions of dollars that other countries were not paying. I withdrew from the corrupt World
To the leaders
Health
of the Democratic
Organization.
side of the House there. This is a tough night for them for so many reasons, including the fact
And
that
I
they can't
also
always control their own
withdrew from
caucus.
the
So.
anti-American
And he hasn't given
UN
them any
Human
reason
Rights
to stand or
Council.
applaud. There hasn't been kind of a
Just,
let's thank the troops.
quite the opposite. It's
Right.
great. It's like baiting them to do something.
Telling them they're never
We
going to
ended all
stand.
of
So
Biden's
telling people at home that they will never
restrictions that were
stand.
making our
Speaker
country
Johnson
far
and
less
J.D. Vance
safe
loved. I mean, they
Yeah.
really
and
loved
totally unaffordable. And importantly, we ended the last administration's insane electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto workers and companies from economic
That's a incredible win
destruction.
on that one.
And this is a base speech. This is all sops to the right.
To unshackle our economy, I have directed that for every one new regulation, 10 old regulations must be eliminated, just like I did in my very successful first term. And in that first term, we set records on ending unnecessary rules and regulations like no other president had done before. We ordered all federal workers to return to the office. They will either show up for work in person or be removed from their job.
Of course, the Post is reporting that there aren't enough offices. There are so many remote workers trying to come back to work, and they don't actually have the physical space. And then some offices are closing because of other DOJ mandates. It's been very complicated and
We've
confusing.
ended weaponized
Chaotic.
government where, as an example, a sitting president is allowed to viciously prosecute his political opponent, like me. How did that work out? Not too good. Not too good.
Donald Trump might be the sorest winner ever.
And I have stopped
Jimmy
all
Raskin showed up.
government
That's interesting.
censorship and brought back free speech in America. It's back. And 2 days ago, I signed an order making English the official language of the United States of America.
One of the interesting fallouts of that is federal agencies are no longer required to give information in languages like Spanish or other languages dominant to a region, even in emergency purposes, et cetera.
Gulf of Mexico, the Gulf of America. And likewise, I renamed, for a great president, William McKinley, Mount McKinley again.
Okay, so we cut away to the Alaskans.
Neither
None of them are happy.
Alaska Republican
Beautiful
senator
Alaska.
supports that.
We love Alaska. We've ended the tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion policies all across the entire federal government and indeed the private sector and our military.
We're 15 minutes into this speech. I don't think
And
Democrats
our
clap
country
once.
will be woke no longer.
This is really him expanding on what he said in his inauguration speech, almost verbatim. He talked about those three things:
We
DEI,
believe that
Gulf of
whether you are a
America,
doctor, an accountant,
all of those
a
things all
lawyer,
together.
or
Matt
an
McKinley's in
air
there.
traffic
Yeah, it
he
was.
did.
controller,
Yeah.
you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's the one group you
We
don't
have
usually see
removed
clap.
the
or
poison of
respond.
critical race theory from our public
Notably,
schools.
neither Sonia
and I signed
Sotomayor
an
nor
order
Ketanji
making
Ben
it
Jackson are
the
there tonight.
official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. I also signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. Three years ago, Peyton McNabb was an all-star high school athlete, one of the best, preparing for a future in college sports. But when her girls' volleyball match was invaded by a male, he smashed the ball so hard in Peyton's face, causing traumatic brain injury, partially paralyzing her right side and ending her athletic career. It was a shot like she's never seen before. She's never seen anything like it. Peyton is here tonight in the gallery, and Peyton, from now on, schools will kick the men off the girls' team, or they will lose all federal funding.
So that's the Reverend J.D. Vance there sitting right next to her, Isha Vance. And this, of course, is about transgender athletes.
Something that a lot of Republicans ran on in the 2024 election. The Senate tried to pass a bill, actually, over the last few days related to this, removing federal funding from schools that
If you
allowed
really want to see
biological
numbers,
boys to
just
play
take a look
on
at what
any
happened
women's
in the
sports
women's
teams.
boxing, weightlifting, track and field, swimming, or cycling, where a male recently finished a long-distance race 5 hours and 14 minutes ahead of a woman for a new record by 5 hours. Broke the record by 5 hours. It's demeaning for women, and it's very bad for our country. We're not going to put up with it any longer.
A lot of legal fights have been teed up around this. Maine Democratic Governor Janet Mills telling Trump, see you in court, when he said we're going to cut off federal funding. Nancy Pelosi, of course, represents San Francisco, the heart of the LGBT community in this country.
What I have just described is only a small fraction of the common sense revolution that is now, because of us, sweeping the entire world. Common sense has become a common theme, and we will never go back. Never. Never going to let that happen. Among my very highest priorities is to rescue our economy and get dramatic and immediate relief to working families. As you know, we inherited from the last administration an economic catastrophe and an inflation nightmare. Their policies drove up energy prices, pushed up grocery costs, and drove the necessities of life out of reach for millions and millions of Americans. They've never had anything like it. We suffered the worst inflation in 48 years, but perhaps even in the history of our country. They're not sure. As president, I'm fighting every day to reverse this damage and make America affordable again.
It's interesting that he's bringing up inflation. We're 20 minutes into the speech, and this was the #1 issue for voters.
And what came above that are transgender issues and fighting with the Democrats.
Yes.
Joe Biden especially let the price of eggs get out of control. The egg price is out of control, and we're working hard to get it back down. Secretary, do a good job on that. You inherited a total mess from the previous administration. Do a good job.
He's talking about Brooke Rollins, the Secretary of Agriculture. He was his domestic policy advisor in the first term. Looks like more people are being escorted out of the chamber,
A
or
major
walking out of the
focus
chamber.
of our fight to defeat inflation is rapidly reducing the cost of energy. The previous administration cut the number of new oil and gas leases by 95%, slowed pipeline construction to a halt, and closed more than 100 power plants. We are opening up many of those power plants right now.
So that's Chris Wright, the Secretary of Energy, but really they should have the camera on Doug Burgum, the Secretary of the Interior, who controls a lot of those oil and gas pipeline leases.
And frankly, we have never seen anything like it. That's why on my first day in office, I declared a national energy emergency. As you've heard me say many times, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any nation on earth, and by far. And now I fully authorize the most talented team ever assembled to go and get it. It's called Drill, Baby, Drill.
This is a big Republican applause line. It's
Has been for decades.
worth noting we're
Administration
producing
is
more
also
energy than
working
any
on a
country ever in the
gigantic
history of the
natural
world.
gas pipeline in Alaska, among the largest in the world, where Japan, South Korea, and other nations want to be our partner with investments of trillions of dollars each. There's never been anything like that one. It will be truly spectacular. It's all set to go. The permitting is gotten. And later this week, I will also take historic action to dramatically expand production of critical minerals and rare earths here in the USA.
Most of the rare earths come from China. Interestingly, Trump chooses not to frame it as a national security issue.
To further combat inflation, we will not only be reducing the cost of energy, but will be ending the flagrant waste of taxpayer dollars.
This is the bearish section
We're
of the
about to
speech.
get our
We'll
first
get to.
Elon shout out. Willie Naaman.
And to that end, I have created the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. GOGE. Perhaps you've heard of it. Perhaps.
Elon Musk is in a suit, which he is not.
We wonder.
Yeah, White House
Actually, I think
events.
Which is headed
The Zelensky
by
drama.
Elon
that
Musk,
ripped
who
into
is
on
in the
Friday from having
gallery
sitting at the White
tonight.
House. Yep. Getting booze from the Democratic side of the aisle. Detached Elizabeth Warren doing something on her phone.
Probably on social media.
Thank you, Elon. He's working very hard. He didn't need this. He didn't need this. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Everybody here, even this side, appreciates it, I believe.
There's the Washington Post reported that Elon Musk has gotten
They just
$38
don't
billion
want to admit
or
that.
more from government.
Just listen to some of the
over the
appalling
decades
waste
of his careers.
we have already identified.
And other tax breaks.
$22 billion from HHS to provide free housing and cars for illegal aliens. $45 million for diversity, equity, and inclusion scholarships in Burma. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. Nobody knows what that is. $8 million to promote LGBTQI+ in the African nation of Lesotho, which nobody has ever heard of. $60 million for indigenous peoples and Afro-Colombian empowerment in Central America. $60 million. $8 million for making mice transgender. This is real. $32 million for a left-wing propaganda operation in Moldova. $10 million for male circumcision in Mozambique. $20 million for the Arab Sesame Street in the Middle East. It's a program. $20 million for a program. $1.9 billion to recently created Decarbonization of Homes Committee, headed up, and we know she's involved. Just at the last moment, the money was passed over by a woman named Stacey Abrams. Have you ever heard of her? A $3.5 million consulting contract for lavish fish monitoring. $1.5 million for voter confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $59 million for illegal alien hotel rooms in New York City. He's a real estate developer. He's done very well. $250,000 to increase vegan local climate action innovation in Zambia. $42 million for social and behavior change in Uganda. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well with learning. We know what we're doing. We should use it ourselves. And $101 million for DEI contracts at the Department of Education, the most ever paid, nothing even like it. Under the Trump administration, all of these scams, and they're far worse, but I didn't think it was appropriate to talk about them. They're so bad. Many more have been found out and exposed and swiftly terminated by a group of very intelligent, mostly young people, headed up by Elon, and we appreciate it. We found hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud.
So the most notable part of this whole section on Doge so far is he said Elon Musk is running Doge. The government has been arguing the opposite in these federal court cases that have been challenging his authority to do this. And Trump himself the other week said that Elon Musk was not running it.
And reduced our debt to fight inflation and other things. Taking back a lot of that money. We got it just in time. This is just the beginning. The Government Accountability Office, a federal government office, has estimated annual fraud of over $500 billion in our nation, and we are working very hard to stop it. We're going to. We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program for our seniors, and that our seniors and people that we love rely on. Believe it or not, government databases list 4.7 million Social Security members from people aged 100 to 109 years old.
So this has been fact-checked and disproven. That's not true. They're actually the spouses of people, or they're because of the, you explained it before to us, James, about because of the way they calculate the ages, they're in like a big lump category.
Right.
To 119. I don't know any of them. I know some people that are.
When you talk to
Trump's even been
government,
told
they
this.
tell
Like
you
everyone's
that
talked about this already.
This
yeah.
reflects sort of a lack of sophistication of how
3.47
government
million
works and how to
people
make cuts.
from ages 120 to 129. 3.9 million people from ages 130
So explain this,
to
James.
139.
How can there be people who are 139 years old in the Social Security registers?
3.5 million people.
Well, the DOB could
ages
be off. It could be a
140
typo. It
to
could be that
149.
the widow
Money
of
is
someone
being paid to
who
many of them,
died
and
is
we're
continuing to collect his
searching
Social
right
Security
now.
benefits.
In fact,
It's a big,
Pam,
complicated system.
Good luck.
Their Social Security Administration is
You're
running
gonna
on
find it.
70-year-old
But
software,
a
we
lot
should
of money
point
is
out,
paid out
that has not
to
been
people
upgraded. We should also point
because
out
it just
they
keeps
already
getting
have
paid
guardrails
and
in place to
paid,
cut off
nobody
payments to
does it. It
anyone
really
over the age of
hurts
115.
Social
So,
Security, it
and the
hurts our
IG
country.
has looked at
1.3
this
million
multiple
people
years,
from
so
ages
this has been looked into many,
150
many
to
times.
159, and over 130,000 people, according to the Social Security databases, are age over 160 years old. We have a healthier country
Democrats
than
are
I
holding
thought,
up the
Bobby.
sign false. It is false.
So at least Stefanik has not been confirmed, but they have her sitting there with members of the cabinet, even though she's still in the House. It does feel like talking about all these
Including,
savings, which are being exaggerated,
to
is about
finish, 1,039
creating a
people
rationalization for
between the ages
larger
of
tax cuts
220 and 229.
to benefit
One
people like
person
Elon
between the
Musk.
age of 240 and 249, and one person is listed at 360 years of age. More than 100 years older than our country.
If these people actually existed, they should put the cases out. They should say they should
we're
highlight the
gonna
case.
find out where that
Yeah,
money's going.
that's a good point because
And
a
it's
lot
not
of
gonna
these
be pretty. By
claims,
slashing
you've
all
heard
of the
other
fraud,
Republicans
waste, and
poke them
theft
as
we
well,
can
but
find,
they are hard
we
to
will defeat
verify
inflation,
or
bring
they're
down
missing
mortgage
context.
rates, lower car
But when people hear
payments and
numbers, they tend to
grocery
believe that it
prices,
is
protect our
correct.
seniors, and
So
put more money
there's a lot of
in
things
the
that need to be
pockets of
fact checked
American
in this
families.
portion of the speech.
And you really can also, when we talk about protecting entitlements and such, like Trump is talking about, he's basically creating a permission structure of rationalization to cut Social Security benefits by saying all these people are illegitimately getting them. And that
today,
opens the
interest
door
rates
to
took a beautiful drop,
mess around
big,
with the
beautiful
system.
drop. It's about time. And in the near future, I want to do what has not been done in 24 years: balance the federal budget. We're going to balance it.
A moment ago, he did throw out a number that is correct, which is the Government Accountability Office has said that there could be upwards of $500 billion annually in fraud or waste or abuse, what they talk about. Again, we're talking about a fraction of the overall federal budget, and there are inspectors
With
general
goal
for
in
that
mind,
purpose
we
to
have
look
developed
into
in
those
great
things.
detail what we are calling the gold card, which goes on sale very, very soon. For $5 million, we will allow the most successful job-creating people from all over the world to buy a path to U.S. citizenship. It's like the green card, but better and more sophisticated. And these people will have to pay tax in our country. They won't have to pay tax from where they came. The money that they've made, you wouldn't want to do that, but they have to pay tax, create jobs. They'll also be taking people out of colleges and paying for them so that we can keep them in our country instead of having them being forced out. Number one, at the top school, as an example, being forced out and not being allowed to stay and create tremendous numbers of jobs and great success for a company out there. So while we take out the criminals, killers, traffickers, and child predators who are allowed to enter our country under the open border policy of these people, the Democrats, the Biden administration, the open border insane policies that you've allowed to destroy our country, we will now bring in brilliant, hardworking, job-creating people. They're going to pay a lot of money, and we're going to reduce our debt with that money.
So there already is a program to that end in the United States where you can essentially pay to have access for a visa. It's not nearly as much as what Donald Trump's talking about in creating this like gold card. Which
and
will
it's
really
been
up
beset
the
by
ante.
problems. The H-1B visa
Have
system.
given us a mandate for bold and profound change. For nearly 100 years, the federal bureaucracy has grown until it has crushed our freedoms, ballooned our deficits, and held back America's potential in every possible way. The nation founded by pioneers and risk takers now drowns under millions and millions of pages of regulations and debt. Approvals that should take 10 days to get instead take 10 years, 15 years, and even 20 years before you're rejected. Meanwhile, we have hundreds of thousands of federal workers who have not been showing up to work. My administration will reclaim power from this unaccountable bureaucracy, and we will restore true democracy to America again.
So this is the idea of neutering the administrative state, deconstructing the administrative state.
This is part of Musk's justification of sending out the 5 things you did email. They claimed that there were people who just didn't exist or weren't reporting to work at all.
Office immediately.
But you'd think that their supervisors would move
Because we are draining the swamp. It's very simple. And the days of rule by unelected bureaucrats are over.
This is part of the push in the administration, this unitary executive theory, and which agencies, ultimately you go as far as the Federal Reserve, do they have the right to exist? And this is moving its way likely through the courts, the Supreme Court eventually here in the next year, couple years.
And the next phase of our plan to deliver the greatest economy in history is for this Congress to pass tax cuts for everybody. They're in there, they're waiting for you to vote. And I'm sure that the people on my right, I don't mean the Republican right, but my right here, I'm sure you're going to vote for those tax cuts, because otherwise I don't believe the people will ever vote you into office. So I'm doing you a big favor by telling you that. But I know this group is going to be voting for the tax.
Tax cuts are a part of that big, beautiful bill, that budget deal that the House will be working out next week. It involves a lot, so I think it'll be more than Democrats who have questions about it.
We had tremendous success in our first term with it. A very big part of our plan, we're seeking permanent income tax cuts all across the board. And to get urgently needed relief to Americans hit especially hard by inflation, I'm calling for no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security benefits for our great seniors.
And one of the most just factually absurd things Trump has said is that he's going to balance the budget, which he just announces and declares before he's talking about these massive increases, making these tax cuts permanent. He's literally talking about taking away trillions of dollars in revenue without
interest
meaningful
payments
spending cuts.
On car loans, tax deductible, but only if the car is made in America.
Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, I think, had like a whiteboard, so she could write her responses. It was, pay your taxes, but I bet she has a pen there where she can adjust her reaction to what he's saying.
It's a
Okay, we're in the tariff
word,
section.
isn't it? That, along with our other policies, will allow our auto industry to absolutely boom. It's going to boom. Spoke to the majors today, all 3, the top people, and they're so excited. In fact, already numerous car companies have announced that they will be building massive automobile plants in America, with Honda just announcing a new plant in Indiana, one of the largest anywhere in the world.
It's interesting that he spoke to the big auto manufacturers because there's been a lot of concern that not by them, but by buyers, that the price of cars could go up massively because of these tariffs if they stick around in the way that they're being implemented right now.
And this has taken place since our great victory on November 5th, a date which will hopefully go down as one of the most important in the history of our country. In addition, as part of our tax cuts, we want to cut taxes on domestic production and all manufacturing. And just as we did before, we will provide 100% expensing. It will be retroactive to January 20th, 2025. And it was one of the main reasons why our tax cuts were so successful in our first term, giving us the most successful economy in the history of our country, first term. We had a great first term. If you don't make your product in America, however, under the Trump administration, you will pay a tariff, and in some cases, a rather large one. Other countries have used tariffs against us for decades, and now it's our turn to start using them against those other countries. On average, the European Union, China, Brazil, India, Mexico, and Canada, have you heard of them? And countless other nations charge us tremendously higher tariffs than we charge them. It's very unfair. India charges us auto tariffs higher than 100%. China's average tariff on our products is twice what we charge them. And South Korea's average tariff is 4 times higher. Think of that, 4 times higher. And we give so much help militarily and in so many other ways to South Korea, but that's what happens. This is happening by friend and foe. This system is not fair to the United States and never was, and so on April 2nd, I wanted to make it April 1st, but I didn't want to be accused of April Fool's Day. That's not, just one day cost us a lot of money. But we're going to do it in April. I'm a very superstitious person. April 2nd, reciprocal tariffs kick in. And whatever they tariff us, other countries, we will tariff them. That's reciprocal, back and forth. Whatever they tax us, we will tax them. If they do non-monetary tariffs to keep us out of their market, then we will do non-monetary barriers to keep them out of our market. There's a lot of that, too. They don't even allow us in their market. We will take in trillions and trillions of dollars and create jobs like we have never seen before. I did it with China, and I did it with others, and the Biden administration couldn't do anything about it because there was so much money they couldn't do anything about it. We have been ripped off for decades by nearly every country on earth, and we will not let that happen any longer. Much has been said over the last 3 months about Mexico and Canada, but we have very large deficits with both of them. But even more importantly, they've allowed fentanyl to come into our country at levels never seen before, killing hundreds of thousands of our citizens and many very young, beautiful people, destroying families. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They are, in effect, receiving subsidies of hundreds of billions of dollars. We pay subsidies to Canada and to Mexico of hundreds of billions of dollars, and the United States will not be doing that any longer. We're not going to do it any longer.
That's just not how free trade works. But also, he's criticizing a deal, the USMCA, that he negotiated and signed to replace NAFTA during his first term, and is acting like this.
In just the past
Like he inherited it.
Exactly.
He's going to fix
The
it.
combination of the election and our economic policies that people of SoftBank, one of the most brilliant anywhere in the world, announced a $200 billion investment. OpenAI and Oracle, Larry Ellison, announced $500 billion investment, which they wouldn't have done if Kamala had won.
They previously announced they were going to do it before the
$500 billion investment. Tim Cook called me. He said, I cannot spend it fast enough. It's going to be much higher than that, I believe. They'll be building their plants here instead of in China.
It is so fascinating
And
to see
just
how so many
yesterday,
of these
Taiwan,
big tech
semiconductor,
leaders
the biggest in the world,
have really
most
flocked to Donald
powerful in
Trump.
the world, has a tremendous
Unlike the
amount,
inauguration, though, they're
97%
except for
of the
Elon Musk,
market,
they're not all sitting there tonight
announced
in
a
the gallery.
$165 billion
Right, there was great
investment
reporting
to build the
on
most
the Post
powerful
site
chips on
about the
Earth
Apple deal.
right here
It's
in the
actually on
USA.
par to what they would have planned to spend in the United States, but it is something that the administration is characterizing as something that he helped usher in. And they'll be having using chips made in the U.S., which, of
And we're
course,
not
we
giving
remember the
them
chips
any
deal
money. Your
that
CHIPS Act
Biden
is
put
a
through Congress.
horrible
Which he's
thing. We
mentioning
give
right now.
hundreds of billions of dollars, and it doesn't mean a thing. They take our money and they don't spend it. All that meant to them, we're giving them no money. All that was important to them was they didn't want to pay the tariffs, so they came and they're building, and many other companies are coming. We don't have to give them money. We just want to protect our businesses and our people. and they will come because they won't have to pay tariffs if they build in America. So it's very amazing. You should get rid of the CHIP Act, and whatever's left over, Mr. Speaker, you should use it to reduce debt or any other reason you want to.
All those investments that he was just talking about are still getting CHIPS Act money, which also did pass with bipartisan support at the time. They're not actually going to repeal the CHIPS Act. It's very popular in a lot of Republican House districts that are benefiting massively from
farmer. I love the farmer.
He's also spending a lot of time making the trade and tariff pitch here, which is notable because it's one of the areas where he's most underwater already in this administration and polling.
Because there's goods that come in from other countries and companies. They're really in a bad position in so many different ways. They're uninspected. They may be very dirty and disgusting, and they come in and they pour in, and they hurt our American farmers. The tariffs will go on agricultural product coming into America, and our farmers, starting on April 2nd, it may be a little bit of an adjustment period. We had that before when I made the deal with China, $50 billion of purchases, and I said, just bear with me, and they did. They did. Probably have to bear with me again, and this will be even better. That was great. The problem with it was that Biden didn't enforce it. He didn't enforce it. $50 billion of purchases, and we were doing great, but Biden did not enforce it, and it hurt our farmers. But our farmers are going to have a field day right now. So to our farmers, have a lot of fun. I love you too. I love you too.
Trump is essentially saying farmers are going to have a period of struggling because of his policies. And who overwhelmingly voted for him, and it's a remarkable statement.
And I have also imposed a 25% tariff on
Looks
foreign
like Peter Wells from Vermont is asleep.
dozed off there a little bit.
If we don't have, as an example,
I laughed earlier because
steel,
the camera panned to
and
Chris
lots of other
Coons,
things, we
huge
don't have a
friend of Joe
military,
Biden,
and
who just
frankly
went and did like a,
we just won't have a country very long.
you know.
Here today is a proud American steelworker, fantastic person from Decatur, Alabama, Jeff Denard. Has been working at the same steel plant for 27 years in a job that has allowed him to serve as the captain of his local volunteer fire department, raise 7 children with his beautiful wife, Nicole, and over the years provide a loving home for more than 40 foster children. So great, Jeff.
Jeff, there's sitting to his left that's the First Lady's father, Mr. Knauss.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Stories like Jeff's remind us that tariffs are not just about protecting American jobs. They're about protecting the soul of our country. Tariffs are about making America rich again and making America great again, and it's happening, and it will happen rather quickly. There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that. It won't be much. No, you're not. Oh. And look where Biden took us, very low, the lowest we've ever been. Jeff, I want to thank you very much, and I also want to recognize another person who has devoted herself to foster care community. She works so hard on it. A very loving person, our magnificent First Lady of the United States.
Obviously, he hasn't mentioned abortion, and this is sort of the Republican answer to Dobbs, which is talking a lot about adoption, foster care. Interestingly, he hasn't kind of used the other Republican line of, we're going to help women
Melania's
take
work
care of
has
their
yielded
children.
incredible results, helping prepare our nation's future leaders as they enter the workforce. Our First Lady is joined by 2 impressive young women, very impressive. Haley Ferguson, who benefited from the First Lady's Fostering the Future initiative and is poised to complete her education and become a teacher. And Elliston Berry, who became a victim of an illicit deepfake image produced by a peer. With Elliston's help, the Senate just passed the Take It Down Act, and this is so important. Thank you very much, John. John Thune, thank you.
This might be the first time Democrats stand.
Thank you, John.
during the whole speech.
That bill passed a while ago. I know Melania was there yesterday on the Hill.
Not that many Democrats standing. Yeah.
But it needs to pass the House, right?
Right.
It did pass the Senate prior to her
And
visiting
thank you
yesterday.
to John Thune and the Senate. Great job. To criminalize the publication of such images online is terrible, terrible thing. And once it passes the House, I look forward to signing that bill into law. Thank you. And I'm going to use that bill for myself, too, if you don't mind. Because nobody gets treated worse than I do online. Nobody. That's great. Thank you very much to the Senate. Thank you. But if we truly care about protecting Americans' children, no step is more crucial than securing America's borders. Over the past 4 years, 21 million people poured into the United States. Many of them were murderers, human traffickers, gang members, and other criminals from the streets of dangerous cities all throughout the world. Because of Joe Biden's insane and very dangerous open border policies, they are now strongly embedded in our country, but we are getting them out and getting them out fast.
There was a huge number of people who came in, but it was not 21 million. It was closer to 10 million, which is, again, massive number. But it really is striking, and he's talking about deportations. They've done really very few deportations thus
Border
far.
Patrol, I want to thank you. What a job they've all done. Everybody, Border Patrol, ICE, law enforcement in general is incredible. We have to take care of our law enforcement. Have to.
They're actually holding more in capacity than before, which is going to become an issue for them potentially here because there's only so many bed space. They're basically bumping up against it right now. It's why they're trying to build more at Guantanamo.
Nursing student named Laken Riley, the best in her class, admired by everybody, went out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia. That morning, Laken was viciously attacked, assaulted, beaten, brutalized, and horrifically murdered. Laken was stolen from us by a savage illegal alien gang member who was arrested while trespassing across Biden's open southern border and then set loose into the United States under the heartless policies of that failed administration. It was indeed a failed administration. He had then been arrested and released in a Democrat-run sanctuary city, a disaster, before ending the life of this beautiful young angel. With us this evening are Laken's beloved mother, Allison, and her sister, Lauren. Last year, I told Laken's grieving parents that we would ensure their daughter would not have died in vain. That's why the very first bill I signed into law as your 47th president mandates the detention of all dangerous criminal aliens who threaten public safety. It's a very strong, powerful act.
There are a few Democrats that appear standing up for that.
Yeah.
It did receive some Democratic
the
votes.
Laken Riley
A lot of Democrats
Act.
were applauding
so
the family.
Allison and Lauren, America will never
Even
ever
ones who
forget
weren't
our
standing,
beautiful
which is-
Laken Hope Riley.
Lisa Slotkin, who's delivering the Democratic response, voted for the Laken Riley Act, as did John Fetterman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much. Since taking office, my administration has launched the most sweeping border and immigration crackdown in American history, and we quickly achieved the lowest numbers of illegal border crossers ever recorded. Thank you. The media and our friends in the Democrat Party kept saying we needed new legislation. We must have legislation to secure the border. But it turned out that all we really needed was a new president.
It's been really striking how many times he has either said Joe Biden's name or alluded to him.
Thank you.
I don't think I've quite seen that in
Joe
a speech
Biden
where a
didn't
person
just
talks
open
so
our borders,
negatively
he
about their
flew
predecessor.
illegal aliens
And not
over
elliptically.
them
I mean, they
to
very
overwhelm
explicitly
Very
our
directly,
schools,
yeah.
hospitals, and communities throughout the country.
Trying to make him the fall
Entire
guy for every
towns
problem
like
that still
Aurora,
exists.
Colorado, and Springfield, Ohio, buckled under the weight of the migrant occupation and corruption like nobody's ever seen before. Beautiful towns destroyed. Now, just as I promised in my inaugural address, we are achieving the great liberation of America.
It's interesting that he mentioned Springfield, Ohio. That was the place with the supposed eating of the cats that turned out not to be true,
But
that
there's
Trump
still
really emphasized during that debate. with
is
some of
much
those.
choice
work
to
to
bring
be
up now.
done. Here tonight is a woman I have gotten to know, Alexis Nungary from Houston. Wonderful woman. Last June, Alexis's 12-year-old daughter, her precious Jocelyn, walked to a nearby convenience store. She was kidnapped, tied up, assaulted for 2 hours under a bridge, and horrifically murdered. Arrested and charged with this heinous crime are 2 illegal alien monsters from Venezuela, released into America by the last administration through their ridiculous open border. The death of this beautiful 12-year-old girl and the agony of her mother and family touched our entire nation greatly. Alexis, I promised that we would always remember your daughter, your magnificent daughter, and earlier tonight I signed an order keeping my word to you. One thing I have learned about Jocelyn is that she loved animals so much. She loved nature. Across Galveston Bay, from where Jocelyn lived in Houston, you will find a magnificent national wildlife refuge, a pristine, peaceful, 34,000-acre sanctuary for all of God's creatures on the edge of the Gulf of America. Alexis, moments ago, I formally renamed that refuge in loving memory of your beautiful daughter, Jocelyn. So, Mr. Vice President, if you would, may I have the order?
Trump loves this stagecraft, this dramatic flourish. This is reminiscent of giving the surprise Medal of Freedom to Rush Limbaugh in 2020. Another, using a tool that Trump didn't really use all that much in the first term, which is renaming, in this case, a national wildlife refuge, which happens to be on the Gulf of Mexico, which he has renamed the Gulf
Thank
of
you
America.
very much. All 3 savages charged with Jocelyn and Lakin's murders were members of the Venezuelan prison gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, known as Tren de Aragua. 2 weeks ago, I officially designated this gang, along with MS-13 and the bloodthirsty Mexican drug cartels, as foreign terrorist organizations. They are now officially in the same category as ISIS, and that's not good for them. Countless thousands of these terrorists were welcomed into the U.S. by the Biden administration. But now every last one will be rounded up and forcibly removed from our country, or, if they're too dangerous, put in jails, standing trial in this country, because we don't want them to come back ever. With us this evening is a warrior on the front lines of that battle, Border Patrol Agent Roberto Ortiz. Great guy. In January, Roberto and another agent were patrolling by the Rio Grande near an area known as Cartel Island. Doesn't sound too nice to me. When heavily armed gunmen started shooting at them, Roberto saw that his partner was totally exposed, at great danger, and he leapt into action, returning fire and providing crucial seconds for his fellow agent to seek safety, just barely. I have some of the prints of that event, and it was not good. Agent Ortiz, we salute you for your great courage and for your line of fire that you took and for the bravery that you showed. We honor you, and we will always honor you. Thank you, Roberto, very much. Thank you, Roberto. And I actually got to know him on my many calls to the border. He's a great gentleman. The territory to the immediate south of our border is now dominated entirely by criminal cartels that murder, rape, torture, and exercise total control. They have total control over a whole nation, posing a grave threat to our national security. The cartels are waging war in America, and it's time for America to wage war on the cartels, which we are doing.
Really back to a lot of the things that Donald Trump talked about on the campaign trail prior to becoming president again. Not things that he's focused on the last 6 weeks, but things that he was elected on.
Because of our tariff policies being imposed on them, think of this, handed over to us 29 of the biggest cartel leaders in their country. That has never happened before. They want to make us happy. First time ever.
That could also be interpreted as evidence that Mexico and Canada, in fact, are cooperating on fighting drugs and fighting the cartels.
I had wondered if that news, though, would push off the tariffs, and they did not.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I have sent Congress a detailed funding request laying out exactly how we will eliminate these threats to protect our homeland and complete the largest deportation operation in American history, larger even than current record holder, President Dwight D. Eisenhower, a moderate man, but someone who believed very strongly in borders. Americans expect Congress to send me this funding without delay so I can sign it into law. So, Mr. Speaker, John Thune, both of you, I hope you're going to be able to do that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Mr. Leader, thank you. Thank you very much. And let's get it to me. I'll sign it so fast, you won't even believe it.
This is really that conflict, Rhonda, between that like one bill, two bill approach right now playing out.
Just gave a raised eyebrow, like, better get to work.
Of like, how are we going to get this right? Because Senate Republicans wanting to do it early.
And the irony is that the guy standing right in front of John Thune is Chip Roy, who's always votes no on all that kind of thing, and makes it that much harder to get it through.
So it's really, tonight you stand up and clap, you nod, but really behind closed doors and with the negotiations later this week and next week, we'll see if that happens.
Radical left lunatics. Many jurisdictions virtually ceased enforcing the law against dangerous repeat offenders while weaponizing law enforcement against political opponents like me. My administration has acted swiftly and decisively to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law, starting at the FBI and the DOJ. Pam, good luck. Cash, wherever you may be, good luck. Good luck. Pam Bond.
Kash Patel, the new FBI director, is in the visitor box.
Going to do a great job. Cash, thank you.
Traditionally, the FBI director would not
Thank you, Cash.
kind of play a political role like this. It historically is a non-political role, but Kash Patel has made very clear that he sees himself as working, isn't.
They've already
Working
started.
with the president.
Working, yeah, exactly.
They're going to do a fantastic job. You're going to be very proud of them. We're also once again giving our police officers the support, protection, and respect they so dearly deserve. They have to get it. They have such a hard, dangerous job, but we're going to make it less dangerous.
This is a hard line
The
for
problem
January
is the
6
bad guys
officers.
don't
I was
respect
thinking
the law, but
about
they're
those I've
starting to
interviewed
respect
who
it, and they
said,
soon will
you know,
respect it.
it was Trump's supporters
This
who
also
turned against the
includes
police,
our
beat
great
them.
fire departments throughout the country.
One died
Our
from his
firemen and
injuries.
women are unbelievable people,
You've
and
spent a
we'll
lot of
never
time
forget them.
with those officers.
And besides that, they voted for me in record numbers, so I have no choice. 1 year ago this month, 31-year-old New York police officer Jonathan Diller, unbelievably wonderful person and a great officer, was gunned down at a traffic stop on Long Island. I went to his funeral. The vicious criminal charged with his murder had 21 prior arrests, and they were rough arrests, too. He was a real bad one. The thug in the seat next to him had 14 prior arrests and went by the name of Killer. He was Killer. He killed other people, they say, a lot of them. I attended Officer Diller's service, and when I met his wife and one-year-old son, Ryan, it was very inspirational, actually. His widow's name is Stephanie, and she is here tonight. Stephanie, thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you very much.
Heart-wrenching. You have a 1-year-old, lose your husband in the line of duty.
Stephanie,
really
we're
tragic.
going to make sure that Ryan knows his dad was a true hero, New York's finest, and we're going to get these cold-blooded killers and repeat offenders off our streets, and we're going to do it fast. Got to stop it. They get out with 28 arrests. They push people into subway trains. They hit people over the head, back of the head with baseball bats. We got to get them out of here. I've already signed an executive order requiring a mandatory death penalty for anyone who murders a police officer. And tonight I'm asking Congress to pass that policy into permanent law.
Joe Biden, in one of his final acts, commuted death row with a handful of exceptions, including people who had killed police officers. And Trump has kind of come in wanting to, and here he is.
While enhancing protections for America's police officers so they can do their jobs without fear of their lives being totally destroyed. They don't want to be killed. We're not going to let them be killed. Joining us in the gallery tonight is a young man who truly loves our police. His name is DJ Daniel. He is 13 years old, and he has always dreamed of becoming a police officer. But in 2018, DJ was diagnosed with brain cancer. The doctors gave him 5 months at most to live. That was more than 6 years ago. Since that time, DJ and his dad have been on a quest to make his dream come true, and DJ has been sworn in as an honorary law enforcement officer, actually a number of times. The police love him, the police departments love him. And tonight, DJ, we're going to do you the biggest honor of them all. I am asking our new Secret Service Director, Sean Curran, to officially make you an agent of the United States Secret Service.
So the Secret Service director was with Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania, ran Trump's personal detail, and Trump has appointed him to now lead the whole agency. Feel good moment.
Thank you, DJ. DJ's doctors believe his cancer likely came from a chemical he was exposed to when he was younger. Since 1975, rates of child cancer have increased by more than 40%. Reversing this trend is one of the top priorities for our new presidential commission to make America healthy again, chaired by our new Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr.
First mention of Maha in the speech.
Yeah, another confirmation that was, touch and go there. No one really knew if he would get through. A lot of backlash because of his position on vaccines.
So the Supreme Court just today struck down
the name
rules
Kennedy, you would have
regulating the
thought
discharge of
everybody
water
out there would have
pollution
been
that limits the Clean Water
How
Act. It's
quickly
a
they
5-4
forget.
decision by the Supreme Court when we talk
Our
about
goal
clean
is
water
to
and clean
get
food.
toxins out of our environment,
Really important
poisons
context.
out of our food supply, and keep our children healthy and strong. As an example, not long ago, and you can't even believe these numbers, 1 in 10,000 children had autism, 1 in 10,000, and now it's 1 in 36. There's something wrong, 1 in 36, think of that. So we're going to find out what it is, and there's nobody better than Bobby and all of the people that are working with you. You have the best to figure out what is going on. Okay, Bobby, good luck. It's a very important job. Thank you. Good job.
RFK got a lot of
Thank
questions about
My
autism during his hearing
administration is
because
also working
he's
to protect
supported
our
some
children from toxic
incorrect
ideologies in our
links
schools.
between autism and
A
vaccines.
few years ago,
And indeed has profited off of it,
January,
making millions of
little John
dollars as a trial
and her
lawyer
husband discovered
and
that their
ambulance
daughter's
chaser.
school had secretly socially transitioned their 13-year-old little girl. Teachers and administrators conspired to deceive January and her husband while encouraging her daughter to use a new name and pronouns. They, them pronoun, actually, all without telling January, who is here tonight and is now a courageous advocate against this form of child abuse. January, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Stories like this are why, shortly after taking office, I signed an executive order banning public schools from indoctrinating our children with transgender ideology. I also signed an order to cut off all taxpayer funding to any institution that engages in the sexual mutilation of our youth. And now I want Congress to pass a bill permanently banning and criminalizing sex changes on children and forever ending the lie that any child is trapped in the wrong body. This is a big lie. And our message to every child in America is that you are perfect exactly the way God made you. Because we're getting wokeness out of our schools and out of our military, and it's already out, and it's out of our society. We don't want it. Wokeness is trouble. Wokeness is bad. It's gone. It's gone. And we feel so much better for it, don't we? Don't we feel better? Our service members won't be activists and ideologues. They will be fighters and warriors. They will fight for our country. And Pete, congratulations. Secretary of Defense, congratulations. And he's not big into the woke movement, I can tell you. I know him well. I am pleased to report that in January, the U.S. Army had its single best recruiting month in 15 years, and that all armed services are having among the best recruiting results ever in the history of our services. What a difference. And you know, it was just a few months ago where the results were exactly the opposite. We couldn't recruit anywhere. We couldn't recruit. Now we're having the best results just about that we've ever had. What a tremendous turnaround. It's really a beautiful thing to see. People love our country again. It's very simple. They love our country, and they love being in our military again. So it's a great thing, and thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. We're joined tonight by a young man, Jason Hartley, who knows the weight of that call of duty. Jason's father, grandfather, and great-grandfather all wore the uniform. Jason tragically lost his dad, who was also a Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy when he was just a boy, and now he wants to carry on the family legacy of service. Jason is a senior in high school, a six-letter varsity athlete, a really good athlete, they say, a brilliant student with a 4.46, that's good, GPA. And his greatest dream is to attend the U.S. Military Academy at West Point.
Do you think Trump's going to announce that it's just been admitted?
That'd be a made-for-TV moment.
And Jason, that's a very big deal getting in. That's a hard one to get into. But
You called
I'm
it, James.
pleased to inform you that your application has been accepted. You will soon be joining the Corps of Cadets.
Trump is good at this part of the. He's very talented at these everyday Americans. It's a feel-good moment. He lost his dad.
Thank you. Jason, you're going to be on the long gray line, Jason. As Commander-in-Chief, my focus is on building the most powerful military of the future. As a first step, I'm asking Congress to fund a state-of-the-art Golden Dome missile defense shield to protect our homeland, all made in the USA.
It's a lot harder to build an Iron Dome over the United States than Israel,
And Ronald
and more
Reagan
expensive.
wanted to do it long ago, but the technology just wasn't there, not even close. But now we have the technology. It's incredible, actually. And other places, they have it. Israel has it. Other places have it. And the United States should have it too, right, Tim, right? They should have it too. So I want to thank you. But it's a very, very important. This is a very dangerous world. We should have it. We want to be protected, and we're going to protect our citizens like never before. To boost our defense industrial base, we are also going to resurrect the American shipbuilding industry, including commercial shipbuilding and military shipbuilding.
I don't know where they're going to get the money for all of this.
Well, they're going to balance the budget, remember?
The massive
Purpose I'm
undertaking.
announcing tonight.
He's
that we
talking
will
about a
create
wartime
a new
footing.
Office of Shipbuilding in the White House and offer special tax incentives to bring this industry home to America where it belongs. We used to make so many ships. We don't make them anymore very much, but we're going to make them very fast, very soon. It will have a huge impact. To further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the Panama Canal, and we've already started doing it.
Looks like Speaker Johnson and J.D. Vance were a little slow to clap on that. So again, that's something that's
Just today, a
fraught
large
with,
American company announced
politics
they are buying both
and
ports
ramifications.
around the Panama Canal and lots of other things having to do with the Panama Canal and a couple of other canals.
Rubio's first foreign trip was to Panama.
The
as
Panama
Secretary of
Canal
State.
was built by Americans for Americans, not for others, but others could use it. But it was built at tremendous cost of American blood and treasure. 38,000 workers died building the Panama Canal. They died of malaria. They died of snake bites and mosquitoes. Not a nice place to work. They paid them very highly to go there, knowing there was a 25% chance that they would die. The most expensive project also that was ever built in our country's history, if you bring it up to modern day costs. It was given away by the Carter administration for $1, but that agreement has been violated very severely. We didn't give it to China. We gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back.
So this has now become his longest address.
And I
to
was
the
looking at the
session.
time. This is the longer.
It's now
About an hour and 20
a
minutes.
solid hour
yeah.
and 20
And we
minutes.
have Marco
hit that mark
Rubio
of his
in
average.
charge. Good luck, Marco. Now, we know who to blame if anything goes wrong. Marco's been amazing, and he's going to do a great job. Think of it. He got 100 votes. You know, he was approved with actually 99, but the 100th was this gentleman, and I feel very certain. So let's assume he got 100 votes. And I'm either very, very happy about that or I'm very concerned about it. But he's already proven. I mean, he's a great gentleman. He's respected by everybody, and we appreciate you voting for Marco. He's going to do a fantastic job. Thank you. Thank you.
Rubio, of course, was not a
He's
hard
doing a
sell.
great job.
He was among senators just weeks before. So
And Trump's 2016 opponents had a lot of nasty
Exactly,
things
yeah.
about him.
And I also have
But
a
Democrats are
message
expressing
tonight
regret now
for
after
the
what happened with
incredible
Ukraine
people
on
of Greenland.
Friday.
And USAID.
USAID.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We strongly support your right to determine your own future. And if you choose, we welcome you into the United States of America. We need Greenland for national security and even international security, and we're working with everybody involved to try and get it. But we need it really for international world security, and I think we're going to get it. One way or the other, we're going to get it.
He's joking
We
about
will keep you safe. We will make you rich, and together we will take Greenland to heights like you have never thought possible before. It's a very small population, but very, very
Look at Mike Johnson's
large
face
piece of
as
land,
he's-
and very, very
because it's
important
part
for
trolling. I mean, this is
military security.
Greenland
America
is
is once again
controlled by
standing
Denmark.
strong against the forces of radical Islamic terrorism. 3.5 years ago, ISIS terrorists killed 13 American service members and countless others in the Abbey Gate bombing during the disastrous and incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Not that they were withdrawing, it was the way they withdrew. Perhaps the most embarrassing moment in the history of our country. Tonight, I am pleased to announce that we have just apprehended the top terrorist responsible for that atrocity, and he is right now on his way here to face the swift sword of American justice.
That's news. And a dramatic flourish.
So you see some empty seats there. We've had some reporting that there's been a number of Democrats who have left now at this point. There's like a smattering of empty seats.
Women
And I
walked
want
out
to thank especially the government
with black
of
shirts that said
Pakistan for
resist.
helping
Congressman Maxwell
arrest
Frost
this monster.
walked out.
This was a very momentous day for those 13 families who I actually got to know very well, most of them, whose children were murdered, and the many people that were so badly, over 42 people, so badly injured on that fateful day in Afghanistan. What a horrible day. Such incompetence was shown that when Putin saw what happened, I guess he said, wow, maybe this is my chance. That's how bad it was. Should have never happened. Grossly incompetent people. I spoke to many of the parents and loved ones, and they're all in our hearts tonight. Just spoke to them on the phone. We had a big call. Every one of them called, and everybody was on the line, and they did nothing but cry with happiness. They were very happy, as happy as you can be under those circumstances. Their child, brother, sister, son, daughter was killed for no reason whatsoever. In the Middle East, we're bringing back our hostages from Gaza. In my first term, we achieved one of the most groundbreaking peace agreements in generations, the Abraham Accords. And now we're going to build on that foundation to create a more peaceful and prosperous future for the entire region. A lot of things are happening in the Middle East. People have been talking about that so much lately with everything going on with Ukraine and Russia. But a lot of things are happening in the Middle East. It's a rough neighborhood, actually. I'm also working tirelessly to end the savage conflict in Ukraine. Millions of Ukrainians and Russians have been needlessly killed or wounded in this horrific and brutal conflict with no end in sight. The United States has sent hundreds of billions of dollars to support Ukraine's defense with no security, with no anything. Do you want to keep it going for another 5 years? Yeah, you would say Pocahontas says yes. $2,000 people are being killed every single week. More than that. They're Russian young people. They're Ukrainian
Mike
young
Johnson
people.
is
They're
shaking
not
his head in
Americans.
disgust, but Donald
But I
Trump just
want it to
called Elizabeth
stop.
Warren Pocahontas.
Meanwhile,
in the
Europe
context of
has
cutting off
sadly spent more
Ukraine.
money
Yeah.
buying Russian oil and gas than they have spent on defending Ukraine, by far. Think of that. They've spent more buying Russian oil and gas than they have defending. And we've spent perhaps $350 billion, like taking candy from a baby. That's what happened. And they've spent $100 billion. What a difference that is. And we have an ocean separating us, and they don't. But we're getting along very well with them, and lots of good things are happening. Biden has authorized more money in this fight than Europe has spent, by billions and billions of dollars. It's hard to believe that they wouldn't have stopped it and said at some point, come on, let's equalize. You got to be equal to us. But that didn't happen. Earlier today, I received an important letter from President Zelensky of Ukraine. The letter reads, Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians, he said. My team and I stand ready to work under President Trump's strong leadership to get a peace that lasts. We do really value how much America has done to help Ukraine maintain its sovereignty and independence. Regarding the agreement on minerals and security, Ukraine is ready to sign it at any time. that is convenient for you. I appreciate that he sent this letter, just got it a little while ago. Simultaneously, we've had serious discussions with Russia and have received strong signals that they are ready for peace. Wouldn't that be beautiful? Wouldn't that be beautiful?
A really dramatic moment for the American president to be saying this, reading the letter. For an important fact check, the U.S. has appropriated $183 billion, not $380 billion. $140.5 billion of it has been obligated or dispersed. Trump yesterday canceled that aid, and Ukraine essentially has capitulated with this letter from Zelensky.
It's time to stop this madness. It's time to halt the killing. It's time to end this senseless war. If you want to end wars, you have to talk to both sides. Nearly 4 years ago, amid rising tensions, a history teacher named Mark Fogel was detained in Russia and sentenced to 14 years in a penal colony. Rough stuff. The previous administration barely lifted a finger to help him. They knew he was innocent, but they had no idea where to begin. But last summer, I promised his 95-year-old mother, Malphine, that we would bring her boy safely back home. After 22 days in office, I did just that, and they are here tonight. To Mark and his great mom, we are delighted to have you safe and sound and with us. As fate would have it, Mark Fogel was born in a small rural town in Butler, Pennsylvania. Have you heard of it? Where his mother has lived for the past 78 years. I just happened to go there last July 13th for a rally. That was not pleasant. And that is where I met his beautiful mom right before I walked onto that stage. And I told her I would not forget what she said about her son. And I never did I? Never forgot. Less than 10 minutes later, at that same rally, gunfire rang out, and a sick and deranged assassin unloaded 8 bullets from his sniper's perch into a crowd of many thousands of people. My life was saved by a fraction of an inch, but some were not so lucky. Corey Comparator was a firefighter, a veteran, a Christian, a husband, a devoted father, and above all, a protector. When the sound of gunshots pierced the air, it was a horrible sound. Corey knew instantly what it was and what to do. He threw himself on top of his wife and daughters and shielded them from the bullets with his own body. Corey was hit really hard. You know the story from there. He sacrificed his life to save theirs. 2 others, very fine people, were also seriously hit. But thankfully, with the help of 2 great country doctors, we thought they were gone and they were saved. So those doctors had great talent. We're joined by Corey's wife, Helen, who was his high school sweetheart, and their 2 beloved daughters, Allison and Kaylee. Thank you. To Helen, Allison, and Kaylee, Corey is looking down on his three beautiful ladies right now, and he is cheering you on. He loves you. He is cheering you on. Corey was taken from us much too soon, but his destiny was to leave us all with a shining example of the selfless devotion of a true American patriot. It was love like Corey's that built our country, and it's love like Corey's that is going to make our country more majestic than ever before. I believe that my life was saved that day in Butler for a very good reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. I believe that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. From the patriots of Lexington and Concord to the heroes of Gettysburg and Normandy, from the warriors who crossed the Delaware to the trailblazers who climbed the Rockies, and from the legends who soared at Kitty Hawk to the astronauts who touched the moon, Americans have always been the people who defied all odds, transcended all dangers, made the most extraordinary sacrifices, and did whatever it took to defend our children, our country, and our freedom. And as we have seen in this chamber tonight, that same strength, faith, love, and spirit is still alive and thriving in the hearts of the American people. Despite the best efforts of those who would try to censor us, silence us, break us, destroy us, Americans are today a proud, free, sovereign, and independent nation that will always be free, and we will fight for it till death. We will never let anything happen to our beloved country, because we are a country of doers, dreamers, fighters, and survivors. Our ancestors crossed a vast ocean, strode into the unknown wilderness, and carved their fortunes from the rock and soil of a perilous and very dangerous frontier. They chased our destiny across a boundless continent. They built the railroads, laid the highways, and graced the world with American marvels like the Empire State Building, the mighty Hoover Dam, and the towering Golden Gate Bridge. They lit the world with electricity, broke free of the force of gravity, fired up the engines of American industry, vanquished the communists, fascists, and Marxists all over the world, and gave us countless modern wonders sculptured out of iron, glass, and steel. We stand on the shoulders of these pioneers who won and built the modern age, these workers who poured their sweat into the skylines of our cities, these warriors who shed their blood on fields of battle and gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. Now it is our time to take up the righteous cause of American liberty. And it is our turn to take America's destiny into our own hands and begin the most thrilling days in the history of our country. This will be our greatest era. With God's help, over the next 4 years, we are going to lead this nation even higher, and we are going to forge the freest, most advanced, most dynamic, and most dominant civilization ever to exist on the face of this earth. We are going to create the highest quality of life, build the safest and wealthiest and healthiest and most vital communities anywhere in the world. We are going to conquer the vast frontiers of science, and we are going to lead humanity into space and plant the American flag on the planet Mars and even far beyond. And through it all, we are going to rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit. And we are going to renew unlimited promise of the American dream. Every single day, we will stand up And we will fight, fight, fight for the country our citizens believe in and for the country our people deserve.
We're rounding in at about an hour and 40 minutes here. It does sound like President Trump may be beginning to wrap. We haven't seen the speech yet. The media usually gets a copy of this speech early in the night as the president begins talking, if not even a little bit before.
My fellow Americans, get ready for an incredible future because the golden age of America has only just begun. It will be like nothing that has ever been seen before. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Democrats are booking out of that room. You can see everybody on the left side of the aisle to the right of Donald Trump, President Trump, leaving very quickly.
Which I believe they are asked to sit still until the president leaves for security reasons. I'm not quite sure, but I believe that typically is a rule.
That has officially clocked in as the longest State of the Union address, joint session address in American history. Bill Clinton held the previous record of an hour and 28 minutes and 49 seconds, and this speech started, I believe, at 9:19. It's now almost 11 o'clock in the East, so more than an hour and 40 minutes, mostly on the teleprompter, frankly. That was not like a rally-style riff. It was just a long speech with lots of shout-outs.
The one time when he started to blame Marco Rubio if the whole Panama thing fell apart and then heaped praise on Marco Rubio afterwards, it might have been a little bit of a riff, but otherwise, I don't know.
He gave a lot of shout-outs to staff. From Steve Witkoff to Marco Rubio to Howard Lutnick, Pete Hegseth. And as Trump leaves the stage, the rostrum, he's greeting the Joint Chiefs that he's just really shaken up.
I'm trying to break that. Thank you. Best to your family.
Best to your family, says Kavanaugh. Thank you, says Barrett. They're trying to. They know they're on a hot mic, so they don't want to. They don't want to say anything.
So good. So good, sir. Thank you.
Terrific, Mr. Really good. Really outstanding. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
We've just seen a very confident Trump. That's something we talked about before his speech, that the length and the way he categorized things would be a sign of how confident he is feeling, and he appears to be feeling very confident.
Lauren Vilbert says, thanks for the phone call last night.
And this walk back out of the chamber will likely take a while. This is sort of his version of a victory lap.
Thank you, everybody. Great speech. Great speech.
Just laughing because everyone knows what they're going to say is going to be covered by cameras and everything else. So if you want to make yourself seem important, that's one good way to do it.
I will say last year,
saying best to your family.
I will say last year, Biden also took a very long time to leave.
So long.
He gave a rousing speech that sort of gave some confidence to the Democratic Party when they were wondering if he would be able to, be the nominee. But
Great job you're doing.
it looks like
Trump
Trump
accused
is
him accused him of being on uppers or something at that point.
He did.
Thank you all.
They stood for another country, not our country. That was phenomenal.
It's hard to believe, isn't it?
That was fantastic, sir. Thank you.
It is just the over-the-top effusive
A lot of big
praise for the
compliments.
speech. Yeah.
Good job, Mr. President. Good job. Thank you so much. Great speech. Yes,
There's Ronnie Jackson, the president's former physician, who's now in the House, right behind him, trying to get in the shot. It's such a different relationship with congressional Republicans than 8 years ago when people didn't want to get photographed with him.
Thank you, darling.
I mean, again, to what you were saying earlier, James, this is really the illustration of his grip never been stronger.
And there's Nancy Mace is in the white there to the right. It's kind of amazing who the people who want to get on camera are. It's always the same people.
With
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
a new hat on.
had that in the Oval Office last week, so I'm very pleased by the reveal.
Let's go. Get down to that.
Julia Letlow from Louisiana. Her husband got elected to Congress and then died tragically of COVID, actually.
Good job.
Thank you for mentioning God used to help us. Thank you.
It's true.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Great speech. Great speech. Thanks for taking my call. Good record. Yeah.
The multiple people saying thanks for taking my call really shows Trump is working the phones, working behind the scenes, trying to whip votes, not attacking people on Truth Social, but playing the inside game.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it is interesting because he did float out some proposals in this speech, as happens in these, that would need he would need Congress to get them through.
Yeah.
But he was notoriously bad in his first term at getting things through Congress. We all remember all the infrastructure leaks that happened.
He had a bigger majority.
Exactly. And I do wonder if this shift in strategy, working some members behind the scenes, especially with how thin that majority is in the House, if that creates a different outcome for them this time on some of the stuff he's floating out there.
He also has a lot of threats to wield. I mean, he has been an effective person at primarying people who oppose him and trying to mix things up. And there she's reappeared, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert, when she went from the line to the back of the line.
I will say it was there was that shift, right?
Yeah.
Before in his first term, people didn't know what to do with him. Republicans didn't know what to do with him, especially Republicans who had been there for such a long time. So now, because he has beaten a lot of odds and become president again, they feel more comfortable, being out there for him, hugging him, taking the photo ops. But back then, it was a different Congress. Even though it was only a short period ago, it was a different Congress.
But also, Rhonda, he didn't know how to work the system. He was
an outsider.
Yeah. Right? And we, our friend Leanne Caldwell, who used to be at the Washington Post, had this great story recently about the loud phone calls Donald Trump was making on the eve of that vote, the House vote, to get the last remaining people on board. And it reminded me of like a Lyndon Johnson, sort of like the arm twisting, the gut punching,
Lyndon Johnson, it worked. They've got it passed.
He's figured out how to use the levers of Congress and throw his weight around, which
I
is
will
really
say, I was going to
Yeah.
say, I will say we should probably look at next year's speech, because when Republicans are back on the campaign trail, a lot of the things he's doing right now have a short window for public support. And a lot of people, even if you look at some of the polling we've done in other organizations, people are feeling a little queasy about some of the what they consider are oversteps. Over half of Americans, according to our post-polling, say that they believe some of these moves have been oversteps. They are particularly concerned about DOJ. So if that type of sentiment keeps lasting for a few more months into the next year, there might be a different calculus for these Republicans.
There's so much that sounds abstract and kind of, you could, if you're a Republican, you can get excited about it, like tariffs, until all of a sudden inflation gets way worse than it was even under Biden, and
you can't
farmers
explain
are
it.
struggling,
Right.
and even pulling out of Afghanistan, which Trump said it wasn't wrong to pull out, it was how they pulled out, but pulling out of Afghanistan was popular until the 13 soldiers, Marines, died at Abbey Gate, and then that became this defining stain on Biden. And so similarly, is something going to happen in Ukraine?
For what purpose
where,
does the gentleman from
Trump
Louisiana
kind of
seek
cutting off the
recognition?
Ukrainians
Madam
may
Speaker,
seem fine in the abstract to most
message
people
of the
until it
president
leads
be referred
Russia to
the
invade
committee of the whole
Moldova or
House
Poland or
on the
Estonia.
State of the
It's
Union.
So I
notable.
just want to, I'm so sorry, Jim, I just want to mention, so as Virginia Fox tries to get the chamber into order there, the clock has begun ticking for when we're going to hear the Democratic response. So if you're still watching, stick with us. We'll have the Democratic response momentarily for our YouTube audience. It'll be delivered by Senator Alyssa Slotkin of Michigan. And her goal is going to be to react to the speech, but also present some Democratic ideas and purpose. So I just wanted to let folks know there is more to come. Please go on, JM.
Well, it's notable how much Trump focused, especially in the first part of the speech, but really throughout, on culture war issues and just kind of base issues. But on top of that, three things he did not mention in the whole speech: Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Didn't mention them. I checked the transcript, which is remarkable because not only are Republicans in Congress talking about making cuts to Medicaid, waste, fraud, abuse and work requirements, they're talking about that. But in previous speeches, Trump has made a point to sort of reassure Americans we're not touching not just Medicaid, but we're not touching Social Security and Medicare, which pull a little higher. And I think it's notable that he didn't that seems like a layup in some ways.
Well, one thing he did talk about Social Security was getting the grifters off, right? Those 300-year-old alleged grifters who are somehow still collecting the checks.
That was
so
the one
it's like
reference.
like that waste, fraud, and abuse. But the big question is, when you go in for the waste, fraud, and abuse, who are you really targeting? What are you really going after? And are they bona fide cases of waste, fraud, and abuse, or are they an excuse to try to make it harder and more complex to get those benefits? But I totally hear you, JM. There wasn't the reassurance, which we heard so much on the campaign trail of like, these things are safe. Like these are going to be really precious and preserved for you. And
it's back to what you said at the beginning, which is let's see what happens when rubber hits road here on some of these things, right? And I think that is one of the really interesting kind of crux points here is what has Trump learned from his first term in terms of how to work Congress, how to pull out those levers, because some of the stuff that he was floating out there, I think sounds good in concept maybe, but how does that get through? Where do they find the money for that? All sorts of things, even the whole balanced budget thing, which he had thrown out in a Truth Social post, I believe, a week or two ago, but is not even something that Trump had sort of traditionally talked about, and now he's saying it at a.
He's called himself the king of debt in the past.
Right.
He said the debt deficits don't matter. It is interesting because it did feel like a kitchen sink speech where he sort of basically said everything he wanted to say that people wanted him to say.
I just want to mention for our sidebar audience, thank you so much for listening with us. We will be continuing on for those of us watching us on YouTube to see The Democratic Response by Alyssa Slotkin. A reminder for all of you listening on our podcast apps that Sidebar comes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. You can find it on your favorite podcast app or watch us on YouTube like many of you are doing right now. James.
There were a couple things. I mean, he made news. I mean, he did talking about having calls today with all three of the biggest automakers in the U.S. Eager to hear what.
Well, automakers is a perfect transition for Senator Slotkin, who's coming on in just a matter of moments. You can see her ready. Let's go to Senator Slotkin and the Democratic Response.
Hi, everyone. I'm Alyssa Slotkin. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak tonight. It's late, so I promise to be a lot shorter than what you just watched. I won't take it personally if you've never heard of me. I'm the new senator from the great state of Michigan, where I grew up. I've been in public service my entire life because I happened to be in New York City on 9/11 when the Twin Towers came down. Before the smoke cleared, I knew I wanted to make a life in national security. I was recruited by the CIA and did 3 tours in Iraq alongside the military. In between, I worked at the White House under President Bush and President Obama, 2 very different leaders who both believed that America is exceptional. You can find that same sense of patriotism here in Wyandotte, Michigan, where I'm speaking from tonight. It's a working class town just south of Detroit. President Trump and I both won here in November. It might not seem like it, but plenty of places like this still exist across the United States. Places where people believe that if you work hard and play by the rules, you should do well and your kids should do better. It reminds me of how I grew up. My dad was a lifelong Republican, my mom a lifelong Democrat. But it was never a big deal because we had shared values that were bigger than any one party. We just went through another fraught election season. Americans made it clear that prices are too high and that the government needs to be more responsive to their needs. America wants change, but there's a responsible way to make change and a reckless way. And we can make that change without forgetting who we are as a country and as a democracy. So that's what I'm going to lay out tonight. Because whether you're from Wyandotte or Wichita, most Americans share 3 core beliefs: that the middle class is the engine of our country, that strong national security protects us from harm, and that our democracy, no matter how messy, is unparalleled and worth fighting for. Let's start with the economy. Michigan literally invented the middle class, the revolutionary idea that you could work at an auto plant and afford the car you were building. That's the American dream. And in order to expand and protect the middle class, we have to do a few basic things. We need to bring down the price of things we spend the most money on: groceries, housing, healthcare. We need to make more things in America with good-paying union jobs and bring our supply chains back home from places like China. We need to give American businesses the certainty they need to invest and create the jobs of the future. And we need a tax system that's fair for people who don't happen to make $1 billion. Look, the president talked a big game on the economy, but it's always important to read the fine print. So, do his plans actually help Americans get ahead? Not even close. President Trump is trying to deliver an unprecedented giveaway to his billionaire friends. He's on the hunt to find trillions of dollars to pass along to the wealthiest in America. And to do that, he's going to make you pay in every part of your life. Grocery and home prices are going up, not down, and he hasn't laid out a credible plan to deal with either of those. His tariffs on allies like Canada will raise prices on energy, lumber, and cars, and start a trade war that will hurt manufacturing and farmers. Your premiums and prescriptions will cost more because the math on his proposals doesn't work without going after your health care. Meanwhile, for those keeping score, the national debt is going up, not down. And if he's not careful, he could walk us right into a recession. And one more thing. In order to pay for his plan, he could very well come after your retirement, the Social Security, Medicare, and VA benefits you worked your whole life to earn. The president claims he won't, but Elon Musk just called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. While we're on the subject of Elon Musk, is there anyone in America who is comfortable with him and his gang of 20-year-olds using their own computer servers to poke through your tax returns, your health information, and your bank accounts? No oversight, no protections against cyber attack, no guardrails on what they do with your private data. We need a more efficient government. You want to cut waste? I'll help you do it. But change doesn't need to be chaotic or make us less safe. The mindless firing of people who work to protect our nuclear weapons, keep our planes from crashing, and conduct the research that finds the cure for cancer, only to rehire them 2 days later, no CEO in America could do that without being summarily fired. Okay, so we've talked about economic security. How about national security? Let's start with the border. As someone who spent my whole career protecting our homeland, every country deserves to know who and what is coming across its border, period. Democrats and Republicans should all be for that. But securing the border without actually fixing our broken immigration system is dealing with the symptom and not the disease. America is a nation of immigrants. We need a functional system keyed to the needs of our economy that allows vetted people to come and work here legally. So I look forward to the president's plan on that. Because here's the thing. Today's world is deeply interconnected. Migration, cyber threats, AI, environmental destruction, terrorism. One nation cannot face these issues alone. We need friends in all corners, and our safety depends on it. President Trump loves to say peace through strength. That's actually a line he stole from Ronald Reagan. But let me tell you, after the spectacle that just took place in the Oval Office last week, Reagan must be rolling in his grave. We all want an end to the war in Ukraine, but Reagan understood that true strength required America to combine our military and economic might with moral clarity. And that scene in the Oval Office wasn't just a bad episode of reality TV. It summed up Trump's whole approach to the world. He believes in cozying up to dictators like Vladimir Putin and kicking our friends like the Canadians in the teeth. He sees American leadership as merely a series of real estate transactions. As a Cold War kid, I'm thankful it was Reagan and not Trump in office in the 1980s. Trump would have lost us the Cold War. Donald Trump's actions suggest that in his heart, he doesn't believe we're an exceptional nation. He clearly doesn't think we should lead the world. Look, America is not perfect, but I stand with the majority of Americans who believe we are still exceptional, unparalleled. And I would rather have American leadership over Chinese or Russian leadership any day of the week. Because for generations, America has offered something better. Our security and our prosperity, yes, but our democracy, our very system of government, has been the aspiration of the world. And right now, it's at risk. It's at risk when the president decides you can pick and choose what rules you want to follow, when he ignores court orders and the Constitution itself, or when elected leaders stand by and just let it happen. But it's also at risk when the president pits Americans against each other, when he demonizes those who are different and tells certain people they shouldn't be included. Because America is not just a patch of land between two oceans. We are more than that. Generations have fought and died to secure the fundamental rights that define us. Those rights and the fight for them make us who we are. We're a nation of strivers, risk takers, innovators, and we are never satisfied. That is America's superpower. And look, I've lived and worked in many countries. I've seen democracies flicker out. I've seen what life is like when a government is rigged. You can't open a business without paying off a corrupt official. You can't criticize the guys in charge without getting a knock at the door in the middle of the night. So as much as we need to make our government more responsive to our lives today, don't for one moment fool yourself that democracy isn't precious and worth saving. But how do we actually do that? I know a lot of you have been asking that question. First, don't tune out. It's easy to be exhausted, but America needs you now more than ever. If previous generations had not fought for this democracy, where would we be today? Second, hold your elected officials, including me, accountable. Watch how they're voting. Go to town halls and demand they take action. That's as American as apple pie. Third, organize. Pick just one issue you're passionate about and engage. And doom scrolling doesn't count. Join a group that cares about your issue and act. And if you can't find one, start one. Some of the most important movements in our history have come from the bottle up. In closing, we all know that our country is going through something right now. We're not sure what the next day is going to hold, let alone the next decade. But this isn't the first time we've experienced significant and tumultuous change as a country. I'm a student of history, and we've gone through periods of political instability before. And ultimately, we've chosen to keep changing this country for the better. But every single time, we've only gotten through those moments because of two things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Engaged citizens who do a little bit more than they're used to doing to fight for the things that they care about, and principled leaders who are ready to receive the ball and do something about it. So thank you tonight for caring about your country. Just by watching, you qualify as engaged citizens. And I promise that I and my fellow Democrats will do everything in our power to be the principled leaders that you deserve. Good night, everyone.
So that's the Democratic response from Senator Slotkin. We didn't get a chance to really talk over it because it moves so much faster than President Trump's address to the joint session of Congress, which had the applause lines and everything else. And I think we were also just trying to absorb and digest because we really haven't heard her on this sort of a stage. You all watched her on the campaign trail as she was running for Senate this past year. It was really kind of a nail biter to see if she'd win in a state that Trump won. But I was really curious to hear how the Democrats would present and use this moment to present a message. What do you think, JM?
Interesting that she started off with the economy, which was the number one issue for voters in the election, and kind of hit Trump on that. Brought it home with kind of the democracy, themes at the end there. I felt like she was an effective messenger there. I also simultaneously feel like Trump did sort of what he needed to do with the base, even while it simultaneously was maybe the most partisan joint address speech maybe ever, definitely that I can remember in modern times, the number of times he went after Biden and everything else. So, I feel like Democrats are in this searching mode. What do we do here? How do we respond? And you're seeing all sorts of different things. We saw Al Green escorted out. Rhonda, you mentioned, I don't think I've seen that or I can recall that sort of thing happening. You had Democrats walking out in the middle of the speech. Meanwhile, we were talking, Pelosi had sort of signaled before the speech that Democrats basically should not react, should not make themselves the story. So they are totally even while they are unified in how they're voting in Congress, they're on totally different pages on how to respond to this administration in the early days here. And I think Slotkin sort of tried to bridge that a little bit of here's what we can do, but also seemed to take more of the leadership path there a little bit. And I felt like it was a little reserved in that regard.
Yeah, I think it was reserved, but strategically reserved, because she's a straight talker, and that is one of the reasons she was chosen, was because she is a moderate Democrat. I have sat down with her. I did a story on members of Congress who their path in life changed on 9/11 for the 20th anniversary of that, and she said, yes, that's why I started working with the CIA, and that informed her to get into politics. But she represents a district, where she used to when she was in the House, that could go either way, Republican or Democrat. In fact, right now it is in Republican hands after she left and was elected to the Senate. So she's someone who can speak to Democrats, of course, their base, but also folks on the fence, as well as Republicans. And because she is so straightforward about things, I think what was important was that last bit of her speech where she was saying, look, America is going through things. I think a lot of people have said it in those simple terms, but she said, here's the things you can do. And I think that points to one of the Democrat strategy. What they've said to us is that they are going to try to, do some grassroots stuff, get people energized at the base level, and hold their officials to account. That's really one of the biggest tools that they have in their kit, because we do know procedurally, congressionally, they're limited to laws and procedure on the Hill. So it really comes down to people to go to town halls and start paying attention and not to tune out. So I think she did exactly what Democrats needed and wanted. And of course, she doesn't really have a risk there. She's not up for re-election until 2030. So she's good for right now. But, she included herself in telling people, hold me to account as well. So she was someone who presents sort of the common speak and what is on a lot of people's minds right now.
Yeah, and I will point out that this is coming in a moment. She's saying, go to your town halls, when Republicans in leadership are saying, maybe we shouldn't be doing the town halls for a while. Let's put those on ice, right, James?
Richard Hudson, the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, literally told all House Republicans at a closed-door meeting today, stop having in-person town halls. You're just going to get yelled at about Doge. When you're doing that, you're losing, right? I mean, when in 2010, when Democrats said stop holding town halls to talk about the ACA, that meant that they were losing that debate. I thought that the speech was very effective. It was only 10 minutes, crisp. The first half very much aimed at independents, people who maybe voted for Trump, giving him a chance, want him to succeed. And the second half very much aimed at progressives, Democrats, the talking about the democracy message, which obviously we heard from Biden and then Kamala Harris move away from. But I thought what was most striking about Slotkin's speech was the way, in contrast to a lot of the people who were in the chamber, and I think played right into Trump's hand and became his foils unwittingly or wittingly, is talking about reform, talking about government efficiency. And every smart Democratic strategist I talk to says this is what the focus groups and the polling, everything says this is exactly how they're supposed to talk about it, which is there's we want to make change. There's a responsible way to do it and a reckless way to do it. Elon Musk is doing it in a reckless way that's going to hurt you. And then she called out Musk by name, tied it to the billionaires.
But I want to
no
point out,
oversight.
she didn't fearmonger with Elon Musk, and she didn't totally vilify him. But what she did bring him up in the context of was what you were talking about earlier, JM, Social Security. And she cited that, Elon Musk has called it a Ponzi scheme. I mean, that is just a made-for-TV ad. Like Elon Musk tweeting about or talking about Social Security as a Ponzi scheme is like playing right into Democrats' hands, right? And she used it tonight in that way. So
one of the better issues that polls is, cutting waste from the government. I think that's a general kind of talking point or throwaway line that, people casually mention in conversation. There's waste in government. We got to cut the waste in government. So in that regard, Democrats do. I think that's a great point. Democrats do have to walk a very thin line on this, because if they come across as just totally opposing any sort of cuts in government, they come across as potentially out of touch. But if they make the point of like how this is being done,
right,
and really hone in on that, then I think that's a potentially, that's a way for them to, because a lot of the other stuff he's doing right now is underwater.
But it also puts Democrats in this difficult situation of being the defenders of the status quo, which is not where they want to be either, right? They don't want to just full on defend the federal government and the bureaucracy and everything else. So what Slotkin's trying to do, and the strategists that you talk to, James, are trying to say, yeah, let's shake it up, let's fix things, let's repair this. But what she was giving was this like different stance of let's save democracy, right? Like trying to make saving democracy like a cool novel thing, not just like keeping the status quo. Something more active and muscular, not just like a passive keep the status quo, keep the status quo.
And tying it to national security, which
Yeah,
is also
which is her
something
sweet
that,
spot. Yeah,
that
she's
everyone.
with immigration too. She made immigration and national security issue. That was very.
So guys, we're gonna wrap this up in just a couple minutes here at 11:30 Eastern time. How many hours have we been on the set? So where does this all go from here, Rhonda? Like I'm trying to think about like what will the TV networks be showing? What will go viral on TikTok? And is it Al Green walking out, right? Is it like what are the moments that Trump said or used? I mean, there were so many, let's say this, there were so many poignant, touching moments of the people, the American citizens, the regular Americans that the president and first lady invited tonight. And those were like made for TV moments. So those are going to have resonance in their own important way. But as far as like the politics of it, what will stand out?
Well, I think if you're talking about viral moments, probably the Al Green walkout. Also, well, he didn't walk out; he was escorted out. Also, the walkouts from other Democratic members. But I think overall, this may be honestly, a short-lived speech. By tomorrow, they're going to start churning out the budget, figuring that out, the real things that Congress has to do.
See, Rhonda's getting into the meat of it. She's actually going for the substance.
I am going to the substance because while I was listening to him, I was thinking this is part campaign speech, part rally, get your troops together. But then, you have this other side of the aisle who is trying to figure out how to strategize around all of this. Meanwhile, they have real work to do tomorrow and keeping the government open next week. So I think the real work will continue. I am already hearing from Republicans who are saying this is the best speech ever. This is great. Democrats are saying, no, we're in trouble, so nothing really changed. That's what they were saying before the speech began. That's what they're going to be saying for weeks after. But I think right now, the important thing to watch is how Democrats strategize around this. One of the plans they do have from Hakeem Jeffries, who sent out a dear colleague yesterday to them, is saying all of this week they need to be out front with people, real American voices who can talk about potential Medicaid cuts, really kind of bring home that a lot of the things Trump is doing, he can claim victory over them, but they are having real world impact. So if you can show the real world impact, then that might be effective.
I think it was a good night for Donald Trump. I mean, he made a lot of false statements. He exaggerated, as he always does. But I do think Democrats, until Lisa Slotkin, looked fragmented, divided, kind of leaderless. Trump projected that he was sort of swift and unrelenting and taking action. He teed up Joe Biden as sort of the guy who gets the blame. I mean, this is the rare opportunity where everyone who matters in Washington had to sit and millions of people at home had to sit there for almost 2 hours and listen to him on his own terms, make the case for his agenda. There's a lot. I think that there's little things that are going to end up having a shelf life, like Trump admitting that Elon Musk is running Doge is going to end up, I guarantee, tomorrow being in a bunch of legal briefs that get filed in court. And it actually could matter because, it's Trump saying in this very public formal setting that Elon Musk is running Doge when the Justice Department keeps insisting that's not the case. So there could be little consequences like that. But the other dynamic is there's probably going to be a government shutdown a week from Friday.
And let's not forget tariffs that are still in play. And let's not forget the prices that people are still concerned about. And as much as you want to blame a past president who's now, where is Joe Biden these days, like for the egg prices, you break the eggs, you buy the eggs. Is that the way the saying goes? You have the eggs, you own the eggs.
Joe Biden actually was in D.C. for the first time yesterday since the inauguration. He ate at Osteria Matzah in Georgetown randomly.
How do you know everything?
It was bizarre. Everyone was sort of like, "Why is Joe Biden here ahead of this?"
Maybe he's here for the speech.
Maybe right.
Beautiful bipartisan moment. All right, JM, let's wrap this up. Land it for us.
It feels like a bit of a crossroads moment for the Trump administration right now. You've got a shutdown looming in 10 days here. They still do not have agreement on what they're going to do for their immigration bill and for their tax cut bill, how they're going to proceed on that. And on top of that, the tariffs, he spent a lot of time explaining that in this speech here. I thought that was really notable. He really didn't talk about things like health care, other things that are pulled very highly for Americans. And Trump comes in with, he has some political capital because he's a newly elected president, but his approval ratings are underwater. Most of his policies that he's implementing so far are underwater in polling, meaning more Americans disapprove than approve of it, depending on which poll you're looking at. So I think he does understand that. My big question is, how much has he learned from his first term in terms of interacting with Congress? Because I think at a certain point here, Doge and Musk are going to start to come up against a wall of what they can and can't cut and get away with kind of tangibly, whether that's the courts or whether that's the Trump administration just realizing that they can't cut certain things. Tonight they're already pulling back on some of the government buildings that they were going to force out. So I think that this is a moment where I want to know how much Trump knows how to pull the levers in Congress to get some of this stuff done.
As we wrap up, I just want to share this like very meta moment. We're like watching ourselves on air right now. I don't know if you guys noticed that. So yes. Thank you so much to everybody for joining us. So it's been a long night. We've been thrilled to be here. I'm really grateful for you for hanging with us to absorb and digest this really interesting night that all of Washington revolves around this presidential address to Congress. This is the Sidebar team: James Hohmann, J.M. Rieger, Rhonda Colvin. I'm Libby Casey. We broadcast every Tuesday and Thursday here at the Washington Post on YouTube. We're also on your favorite podcast apps, so check us out there. Look for Sidebar from the Washington Post. We have our next show on Thursday. God only knows what's going to happen between. Let's see. Is it Wednesday yet? Not quite yet. We have a show almost tomorrow, but the world will change dramatically by then. So thanks so much to all of you, and I'll see you all tomorrow, and we'll see all of you online on Thursday. Thanks.